silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of they can't reach us. We out there way too high, they not have seen us. The devil alive, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high, they not have seen us. The devil alive, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high, they not have seen us. The devil alive, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. they can reach us. We out there way too high and I have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, Steve Beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mind.
That shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we dive into day 2 of the grand finals here in the PUBG Mobile Challenges Series Southeast Asia. Joining alongside me is Tash Bunny. It's always wonderful to cast alongside with you. My name's Contra, as we are your storytellers for the entire finals, and it's about to get heated up because we got a tight race to the finish line.
Oh yeah, it's going to be super exciting when we go into today as well, especially since yesterday we haven't really found that consistent team to really be at the top. It's a very, very tight race, especially from the Mongolian teams. We start to see the rise of the Filipinos as well, but the Mongolians right now, they have everything down pat. The question now today is whether or not the rest of the nations could catch up, and I am super excited to be here to witness that.
True enough, and of course, all thanks to our dear partners Techno for being part of this long, arduous journey with the rest of the pack. With the Camon 40 Premium 5G, you can take one tap and the perfect snap where you could just tap your opponents out. So make sure you check out their amazing smartphones online or in the nearest stores near you. So that being said, yeah, like you said, teams are still looking for that level of consistency, but we've definitely seen a whole lot coming from the Burmese side. All the teams hailing from Myanmar, such as YG as well as BG, has been doing tremendously well. As a matter of fact, I think if there's anyone that's closest to that level of consistency, definitely is Burmese Goals.
Yeah, for real. Now, before we go into the tournament today, don't forget, guys, we do have a few collaborations with PUBG Mobile happening right now. And one of them is with Shelby, the unrivaled power, here for you guys. Car enthusiasts, this one is for you. Where we have the, the PUBG Mobile X Shelby. There's a bunch of colorways for you guys to check out. So it's in the game right now.
That's true, and on top of that, we also do have the epic collaboration with Attack on Thailand, where you can dedicate your heart to victory, fly around with the ODM gear, and just absolutely devour your opponents out there as a Titan. So make sure you check all of these cool stuff out, and before we, of course, jump right in, I guess once we actually look back into day one, there's definitely a lot of storylines involved, whether it's for those who are currently sitting at the top or even somewhere in the middle of the pack. They're all pretty neck and neck, so I do think that there's plenty of opportunities in day two, but there is definitely not going to be all too much of a slouches. And looking at the level of performance, these are the predictions on your screen. I'm going for Burmese goals this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that you decided to choose Burmese goals. I think toward the end of yesterday, they were looking really good, very hot, in fact, in terms of their gameplay as well as consistency. Erangel Galacticos, they started off the day hot, but somewhat fell off. I'm wondering if today would be a repeat of that, or maybe, to be able to find that consistency. But enough about that. Let's talk a little bit about the schedule. Today is still our grand finals day, day 2, in fact, where we have one more day. Tomorrow will be the final day. So today is the day where everyone wants to play catch up. Day 1, try to understand consistency, try to understand, how to navigate through many of these teams who we didn't see play together, throughout the entirety of the group stages, in fact. So now, when things are going awry, when the teams that are at the bottom here are not here, the drop spots open up, what are teams going to be doing to adapt now that it's day number 2?
True enough, and like you said, teams are definitely making certain adjustments in order to perfect their craft overall here in day 2. And looking at yesterday's run, Nexus Vanguard as well as YG, they were just chasing each other, but when it comes time to play in Miramar, it definitely tend to see these two teams struggle, and Burmese goals, they kind of capitalize on these kind of situations in such a manner. Now let's go through the tournament format as well. Throughout the past couple of weeks, these teams have qualified from the group stages, and now we're looking at our top 16. They've played through the Smash rules as well as we have our 3 days finals right now, of course, happening. Well, the teams have definitely gotten their head start points already, where it's based on their league ranking points, and therefore they've been able to at least get themselves a little bit of a head start against the rest of the pack.
And I mean, the Smash role has been definitely very interesting. I think it gives a depth to the game as well. It's a whole new different look to how each team is going to be playing. So I'm so excited to see what more people can do with this particular format. But the prize pool we're looking at right now is $40,000 for the league stage. And finals, we have a separate prize pool. Now, for the league stage, you have $2,400 for the first place slot. And for finals, $5,000 on the line here. So that means coming from the league stage into the grand finals, everyone is coming in with a fresh new mind, brand new, fresh eyes as well, to see how exactly they can navigate their way forward, because whatever that happens in the league stage stays in the league stage.
That's right, and all that is in the past. Right now, looking to the present in the grand finals. These are your favorite teams out here to bring their best level of performance. We've definitely seen a lot of brilliance coming in from all forms of the field, and looking at the overall rankings at the moment, it's Burmese goals here with an 82-pointer lead. A significant gap for the moment for Nexus to actually play catch-up, and what Erangel Galacticos did not manage to get all those points in Miramar, and therefore they are now settling at third. We definitely will expect higher performances coming from these guys out there. But mid-pack though, those teams around 30s to 40 pointers out there, one good chicken dinner can actually put them into solid top 5 position.
But it's not going to be the easiest. I think that one big problem many of these teams in the mid-pack is facing is that end-game goal, to be able to survive till the end, to be able to overcome. And I think that's the biggest problems. I think a lot of these teams as well in the mid-pack have this problem, like say RNG, right? I wouldn't call them mid-pack, but they're definitely up there. But they are the only team right now to have 2 chicken dinners, but still are so far behind when it comes to say BG or even the top 3 in general. And the question now remains, like, why exactly do you have so many chicken dinners but you can't really get those points? Well, the answer is simple. But you're not able to consistently bring points forward, like the likes of BG, Nexus Vanguard, or even Erangel Galacticos. It's hard to really maintain that top spot. So for me today, I would like to see more consistency coming in from that mid-pack all the way to the top 5 even.
I certainly agree. We've definitely seen brilliant plays coming out of teams like SG or even the likes of RNG that did secure those kind of wins, but did not actually achieve those high average eliminations per round. Therefore, they still have to play catch up in that essence, unless, you know, if they can score even more chicken dinners for today. But Burmese goals, they were doing everything correct from yesterday's run, in the form of the numbers when it comes down to limbs, as well as their consistency to reach a top 4 and also sealing a really close call for those chicken dinners. They have yet to achieve a chicken dinner, but can you imagine once they do, they're gonna look so good at the top.
Yeah, I think one thing about BG has been more of like survivability, you know, being able to go aggressive at the right time. And I think that's the most important part about what we can expect for this particular team. You know, coming into this tournament as well, I believe BG started off with only 15 points, and being able to shoot all the way till the end is already, to me, a statement on what we did not really get to see from them during the league stage. I think they were, you know, playing catch up, but maybe at the end of the day, right, whatever they had in terms of style of play and everything were just very well concealed up to this very moment, so that it's hard for teams to really counter their style of play. They started off day number 1 very hot, incredibly strong, even to the point that even the second place has you know, as much points as a one mapper to be able to play, you know, to catch up. And they didn't really need that chicken dinner. For them, you know, consistency is key. Getting enough points per map is also their goal right now. Maybe a chicken dinner on the horizon, who knows?
And perhaps so. We'll have to see within the 6 rounds of play here in day 2 in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. Yesterday, we've seen Yangon Galacticos take the first win home. Are they about to do it again to, once again, go up against Burmese Goals? It's time to find out right here, right now.
As Contra said, day 1, we saw the first match completely dominated by the likes of, you know, Yangon Galacticos. And they looked really good. It was terrifying seeing this team because map number 1, not only did they had a 21-point start, but they also started the day with a chicken dinner and 27 points. They were able to get 17 eliminations just on this map itself, completely obliterating half the lobby, if you think about it.
Yeah, that's like 20 eliminations out there, and that's a total of, you know, 1/3, close to half, I would say. I would even argue that's pretty possibly half in essence. Now, take a look at another team that's been relatively consistent in a sense is Sin Esports, where they've been able to have a good average number of seeing them dropping very early to the hot team. We'll see whether if they will get the favor of the circle, 3 teams inside the island. GG having 1 member only touching over onto the southern side, while majority of them are on the mainland. So look at yesterday's run. YG, they start off inside Paradise, and that's how they found those leads. Are they going to do it again is going to be a big question out there. While the rest of the field, no contest whatsoever in the early game, but we expect it to get super explosive just like how it did from yesterday's run.
I mean, yesterday's circle was by no means hard. I mean, easy, excuse me. And it's not going to be easier today, granted that we're looking at the circle pulling toward Camp Alpha. There's always going to be this question mark whether or not the circle is going to be fully into Camp Alpha or is going to pull toward Ruins or even toward Boot Camp. So, I mean, for me personally, I'm expecting this insane, you know, amount of teams just hanging around that T-junction or rather the body of water, just to be able to have that quick exit plan. If, say, the circle pulls away, there's going to be teams that are just going to gamble. We saw a lot of that gamble yesterday as well, and the teams that gambled right, well, you think that, okay, great, you're in the circle early, I have the best, you know, position possible early, but the matter of the fact is teams that were in the middle had such a hard time maintaining that position because you know, hordes upon hordes of teams were trying to break into compounds, take the you know, the area away. It's honestly, to me, teams that have terrain advantage all on the outer side at the edge of the circles have the best advantage, in my opinion.
True enough, they don't really have to force any form of maneuver. Sometimes what we've seen back in the past, like yesterday's run, everyone's trying to aim for the direct center to the point that there's about 3-4 teams fighting throughout those kind of fields. And it just gets super messy while you lose majority of the members. And I think like Nexus Vanguards were one of the first few casualties, losing 3 members at the go and didn't manage to achieve too much from their run in essence. So I think teams definitely will be looking for certain adjustments, especially now with the circle being around the islands. Sure, it could still land over onto the outskirts, whether it's on the oasis up north, in the boot camps, or so. So, no full commitments just yet. Phase 1 is definitely tankable if they really want to take a late rotation as well. But certain teams are not wasting time, and that team is YG. They immediately cut across the river with whatever vehicle they have and immediately book a spot right into the islands.
It is a nice spot into the islands where Sin, personally for me, is doing a right move right now, calling to go a bit more aggressive, making sure that anyone rotating into the area is going to have a hard time. And I don't blame them because Hatin completely in their control. They have a huge chunk of that northern side island, fully in their hands as well. So for them to be able to make sure that no one has control of the area and getting these early stragglers away from them is good. Kind of force them away to the southern side where they're forced to, to take down each other. Like say GG, Young Galacticos, even KHI, RNG is coming in from southern side. This could be a 3-way, 4-way fight. And Sin can just kind of like say, shoot, stay down there, fight amongst each other. Let us just third party, just pick you off one by one.
Yeah, true enough. That could be their usual modus on operandi moving into this portion of the field. Well, we definitely have caught the first blood coming in from GG. Last we saw, they were over onto the southern areas of play, close to the islands, having one member planted inside of the warehouse, and they managed to take out blanks. So that's one member out of KHI. As much as KHI started off in the islands, now there's just so much of that wiggle room to the point that RNG get that free pass. No challenge whatsoever. They managed to book their spot directly at the camp itself. And right now, I guess it's still safe to be around the camps where not many are still around the corner. If anyone were to put themselves up towards the hillside, then there might just be some small little trouble for those teams out over onto the low ground. Speaking of which, it's going to be Burmese Goals claiming the high ground terrain where they're currently reigning as the team that deals the most damage. Yesterday, we're seeing a lot of great work coming from Yatka as the biggest fragger out there and fully supported by Godspeed, number 2 on the limbs as well.
Still a whole lot of teams on the southern side as well. Austria has a nice hold here toward Painan. They've been trying to keep the rest of the teams at bay. Only, the southern side teams trying to rotate up northern side. They're keeping them away from each other. Max in trouble, but they shouldn't have too much of a problem getting each other up, bringing each other back into the game. But my concern for all these teams right now is BG. They have a nice terrain to work with. I'm not too sure how their hold is right now. I believe that one of them has already rushed forward into the circle just to make sure they can hold the area of that bridge. And the rest of them can just go into a nice big separation, maybe a 1 to 2 formation, with one of them just leading being the tip of the spear as well. And for them in particular to be able to go towards ruins, hang around there without exerting enough force toward the area where TTQ is holding on the southern side of Camp Alpha could be beneficial, especially since they are a team that's genuinely, I think, generally quite aggressive. And now with GX kind of challenging them as they're crossing, are they actually going to react? No. They're just going to stay quite away from them. They can just kind of gatekeep GX away from where they're going and go a bit more aggressive later if, say, that GX decides to rush up forward where they can punish them.
Yeah, Master Ichi soaking a whole lot of damage coming from Nero, though. I believe that they're trying to find a decent positioning, but being caught in the middle is definitely not the best moment for Master Ichi to really form up against the rest of GX. Now, these two are playing gatekeepers right now, expecting the circle to shift deeper into the islands. So if they want to commit, it is rather risky because other teams could also traverse coming in from the south side. Speaking of which, GOA found a catch onto Momboy already this early in the matchup, and they will further commit, getting another knock. This time, Ramon's down, so it's going to be a full push. Kayle, Nyapikel rushing forward, looking for even more up against another one as they are get the nade up against Xiadi. There's not going to be all too much pressure now that there is just 2 members out there, and it's a clean one coming from Nyapikel. 3 points to be secured, but they are suppressed with the arrival of T-Max.
Feels so desperate right now for many of these teams. They want some space into that circle, but it's just hard to. This southern side is so packed with 3 to 4 different teams, and the circle is pulling more toward Camp Alpha, which is making it even worse for many of these teams. And even if you were to go through BG, if even you were to win this fight here against, against Goa, you have PBMS on the other end. We have GX as well. And because of that, One team eliminated already at 16, no eliminations, and this is rough for them. And so for the rest of the teams, the question is, okay, pieces of the puzzle, we already have it. We already won these fights. Are we going to stay in the blue, soak up that damage, wait for everyone to empty out in front of us, refill that space? Or are we just going to go and, rotate toward the big island, come in from the eastern side and just pray to God there's more space for us there?
Yeah, right now, the blue zone may not hurt as much since it's still very early in the game, but to my surprise, I mean, GOA was the one going so aggressive up against the rest of PBMS, and all thanks to Team Max coming in with the off angle as well, they managed to fully wipe out the rest of GOA, and that allows the rest of PBMS to actually go in for a grand reset, and they only lost one. So in essence, they were really saved by the bell. Huge effort coming from Team Max, gains 3 points out of that skirmish. And right now, I guess the main problem right now is for them to go in for a wide wraparound, and that's going to be even harder when Asha arrives from the back. It's only going to be Fern just getting that one catch, and he's already bailing out back into Painan.
They're still hanging around Painan, they're not moving. And I think it's a good call if you ask me. They have compounds to work with. They can just kind of just wait out that blue zone a little bit. And if Max were to meet out with PBMS, third party is definitely the name of the game. They can steal away some kills as well. While that's happening, they have a lot of space in front of them as well, just waiting for many of the teams to rotate northward side. That means in front of Austria right now, especially the southern side of boot camp, is completely open. Most teams have already, made their way into Camp Alpha Island. And most importantly right now is looking over on the northern side of the island, it's still very, very empty. So if any team wants to empty out the southern side, go north entirely, they can. And it should be quite free if you ask me. Granted that so many on the southern side here will be forced into fights. But at the same time, I'm understanding why these teams don't want to move. You have a compound, you have a terrain, you have an area. You're the ones who could potentially go fishing for any team trying to cross that river.
True enough, especially for those planted into the islands, they don't really have to do too much unless if they see any form of movements. Those on the outskirts, though, especially looking at certain teams over on the north, it's going to be a hard cross. Well, it's going to be BG. Has Ending Master Ichi up for getting another good knock on Tizuki. Looking to convert this as it's going to be Bunny to actually defend for the hole. Liquid coming in from the other angle coming into the corners of the bridge as TTQ tries to at least suppress the push coming in from the rest of BG. But it doesn't seem like it's pretty manageable at the moment, where they're only having a couple of all these nades to try to trade right back. Unknown tries to flush out that his position as well, tossing another one directly over onto the hut, but it's not going to catch out onto Bunny just yet. On the off screen, it is going to be one member of the side of NB also getting a knock. Well, this is going to be a race to the island while these two teams try to even make it across. There's Sin Esports absolutely negating it from doing so.
Desperation coming in from SG, not a lot of space to work with either. And B also coming in on the other end there as well. Going to go for this choke. Gerald barely survives that nade. Barely breathing right now. As MM is going to try and find that opening with that nade. Gonna pick them out, but at this point here, hard. NB doing everything right. The aggression is good. Very high risk play as well. Going out in the open at the challenge.
Yeah, it was just beautiful work, and it's so tough to actually push upwards for the rest of those members of SG. As much as they were late to the field, they were willing to actually try to convert at least some little points to actually secure before they bow out if they do not make it to the island. Also doing exactly the same, finding one in the water, so that's one member out for the count for GX, unable to be retrieved, while he's also fishing for another one. Spots out the rest of the field right across, but Asha, where are the rest of the party? I mean, this is the only guy that's not crossed yet, and that knock kind of secures it for the rest of GX while Fern tries to trade back.
The amount of teams just trying to push into that circle. And the rest of GX, it feels so desperate. Austria right now, their position is way out there, behind. They're so far back. They're trying to take advantage of the desperation and the lack of space coming in at the southern side of Camp Alpha Island. And it's working wonders for them. They've crippled so many teams, gotten them so low, but despite all of that noise Austria has made, they only have managed to nab away one elimination. And GG somehow is going to steal away another as well from GX. These are all very, very interesting plays. And none of these fights are actually being, no one is actually trying to join in these fights from the middle side of the island. Everyone's going for a more passive approach. TTQ and KHI, RNG as well.
Yeah, they just don't get that party of position. So Austria, as much as they were coming up with big efforts out there, they only managed to secure twos. Decent, not the best, not the worst either ways. Devon trying to be very silent in this approach. The rest of Nexus Vanguards move into the same compound. He's going to go on the outside, being super, super cheeky with that off angle. That nade does actually connect. That's going to be from the side of NB as they try to push through up against 2-1 for Akira. Superboy, is he going to get caught out? He's trying to peek outside. Devon, with the door covering him as well, he is now looking around, but the rest of GG right now on the hunt, tries to trade back, not going to be able to do so, but Devon, surprise, surprise, not quite enough, he gets knocked out instead. Big swings coming out of the members of NX. Now, Murnat tries to prey upon them as well, getting a beautiful angle up against the Superboy. Kaya's the only one left at the moment. He has to survive the cut up against Joji, trying to cook up the nade. He's barely surviving, barely hanging on, with only a little space for him to work with by the blue. He's got to heal up.
Joji's doing a great job of keeping the other two at bay as well, and because of that, GG has no space to move, even losing one member to that blue zone. And Kaya, it feels very desperate right now. He does have one nade to work with, maybe 5 band-aids as well, but other than that, nothing. So Kaya's gonna try and at least stay alive, and he does that. So he's able to at least be that one singular victor to be able to get out of that fairly unscathed. But he's alone right now, as Young Galacticos has a nice high terrain to work with as well. And they've been keeping a close eye on that fight all the way in the bottom side. Kaya is not gonna be the easiest for him to be able to get into the circle, stay alive, or even cross safely when Young Galacticos, especially Romeo, is marking him.
Yeah, already tanking out the damage over blue, and I don't think that there's much of a room for him to really wiggle out of this one with the rest of YG holding firm, and the rest of Max are also cutting through from the south side, and it's going to be a big duel up against Burnat. Wall Mix on top of the field. KHI looking to capitalize as well. Smile being knocked down. The rest of Team Max looking to journey forward, because that's not going to be a clean angle for them to work with, since there is the presence of this member of KHI. So Young Galacticos right now kind of stuck in between these two teams, and they cannot really find much of a maneuver up against even the likes of Claire right now for it.
Now here comes the most interesting thing. Trying to find and clear all of these angles. KHI practically sandwiched, and Young Galacticos do what they do best. The very, very patient game, not striking until it matters the most, and somehow Master Smile, that tiny little cavern, has managed to keep him alive, and Say Cloud just jumps. Surprise, surprise, I was here all along, buddy. He falls. Shouldn't be a problem to be able... No, Smile falls a bit too late there for them as well. So Young Galacticos this time around, despite the explosive start they had yesterday, staying till the end, the chicken dinner as a 4, gonna have to try to make it the end with just 2.
True enough, Young Galacticos knows that there were limitations in their position. They could not actually dive down to going for a save. Big nades now dropping onto Demios. Very clean work coming from Cool. He's going to go for that drop, but it does not really matter all too much. Cool's going to be able to seek him out, as there's not going to be any other members coming in to actually salvage this situation. Makes so far looking really good at the top, but as much as I say that, his teammates are already down and out, solely being seeked out by the rest of the field. Kind of did survive the ordeal, tanking off the blue zone from the south side, so he's just going to be able to wiggle his way, but still, looking at the current standpoint, he has to make a run up the hillside to even get anywhere closer to the next stage.
Sin has fairly stayed quiet this entire run. I think the only time they actually, made some noise was seeing a team, take these fights on the southern side, and they were just trying to be able to steal away some eliminations or keep them out of that circle. And despite everything, Sin's, drop point over on the northern side of Camp Alpha has been phenomenal. They had a huge chunk of control of that area. RNG as well was doing very well to just really hang on to that Camp Alpha area as well. The circle will not be favoring them. And I think for them right now, they're just trying to get as close as they can to the circle, 2-2 formation, 2 over on a compound, 2 in the backside, just to see if anyone is crossing from Camp Alpha itself. But if anything, right now, my question is on the southern side. That KHI and BG are sharing a bit of space over onto this terraneous swampy area. My question is whether or not they will actually meet, or because of how terraneous that place is, they may just miss each other.
Probably not too much at the moment, while Sin Esports managed to find the rest of the members of RG trying to move up the hillside and slowly getting clipped one after another. Now on foot is not going to be any form of a safe journey, and that's just easy pickings for the rest of Sin Esports to capitalize, and that is RNG walking away with those 2 points and an extra bonus coming from placement as well. Back to the notion of what you were mentioning, Mix, he is holding the high point all alone though, so Burby's goals, they are kind of gated from that angle in essence, so even if they do meet up, I guess the pressure is still kind of on Mix because he's kind of in between those members of Yangon Galacticos as well. Next one to fall out is going to be those members coming in from GG, so Kaya has done a magnificent work in order to at least bring some points back from the placements, and on top of that, that's a massive 7-pointer of eliminations that they've got trying to get the teams out and also winning up against Nexus Vanguards.
That rotation from them from southern side, it felt very desperate. They weren't able to move, but they were able to overcome so many teams in order to just cross that water, hold on the southern side, and be able to overcome. Now the circle will push toward the right side here, so teams like RNG is currently, they weren't able to hold, they weren't able to rotate, so completely obliterated in that process. And now the winners, in my opinion, is Max. They've been holding on to this temple area for quite some time here. Sin forced to rotate southwards, and Sin, they have shown phenomenal style play in terms of retakes, in terms of aggression as well. But Max, I would love to see them struggle just a little bit to show us what they can bring to the table in terms of aggression as well, because we've seen moments, like you mentioned before, moments of brilliance coming from them, but we want to see them be able to overcome these kind of adversities.
True enough, right now, trying to pull up a massive defense, it's not going to be easy, as Sin Esports definitely have the full coverage around this Temple Hill, so they're definitely looking to infiltrate eventually, with the rest of Team Max regrouping, only having Trezzy being in between the temples, so a 2-2 split currently for the rest of Sin Esports to see if they can actually spot any form of movements, but no full commitments. Look at Pretzel though, he's coming from the back, he might be able to find something in return. They heard his footsteps and immediately turned against him. Sin Esports is looking so sharp today.
Looking good. I think this map is pretty much, for me personally, it felt like it's just made for them based on the tempo, rotation as well, and style of play. And regardless, they still have to try and fight their way into this area. There's a lot of space they can work with right now. Coverage in terms of the area in front of them as well. They have some dead vehicles as well they can work with. Because for me personally, I think Max is a little bit more scattered. They can go for a 2-2 formation, try and isolate these fights to be able to completely overcome. As Yangon Galacticos holding on to the southern side with the compound, I don't think they're in a position to challenge, so they'll be waiting. So this is a great opportunity for Sin to go just amp up that aggression, go a bit more, just take up a bit more space, and finally choke Max all the way into the eastern side of that circle. Nades are thrown just to clear out close angles, but they have no clue that Max have decided to pull away and just put a little bit more space open. But Cool catches one, finds one. WXKX also will be, accounted for as well from BG, who have been waiting in the very, very end corners here, but immediately dealt with as well. As Cool, you can always rely on him to take out space and shoot them in the face and just deny them that opportunity. Sin, despite being sandwiched, they're able to overcome.
Yeah, and it was so tough for the rest of Burby's goals because they were all funneled into that tight area to be squeezing into the zone as well, so Sin Esports absolutely got them all corralled into that same angle, making it look a little bit easier for wear. So that, so far, has gained 9 points for Sin Esports, looking for a little bit more. Max has been doing a really good job to really disperse away from the field against the rest of Sin Esports, and that has allowed them to move into this top 3 situation. The rest of YG, though, left with only one, say Cloud, trying to actually move right through. Well, it's actually 2 members. I was kind of bamboozled with the, the icon over on the top side of the screen. So I think there's a significant chance, but numbers not looking the best coming in from the right side of YG. Dropping nades, trying to zone out the rest of the members of Team Max. Not really having too much space, but they can actually play from the lower angle of the hillside while you tries to trade back, finding the damage, and St. Cloud almost dropping out of that matchup.
They're in a horrible position, low ground, the blue zone just chunking at them, but somehow Saycloud has managed to stay alive here, and Sin, they're like sharks hovering in the water. They're taking a lot more space, to be able to just really spread themselves a little bit more far out here. Romeo, he has other things in mind through that smoky pressures, and one member of Max down. You to fall, needs to be picked up as well. Trezzy in trouble, and now the rest of Sin, they are saying, you know what, you guys are fighting, we won in two, completely overwhelming right now. Jump shots abound, and just like that, easy as pie, Sin takes that first chicken dinner of the day. The draw spot was phenomenal, that hold was even better, the aggression was unmatched.
That was a perfect call. Sin Esports so far read it like a book. They were just holding over onto the high point and just slowly choke out the teams, cutting from the outskirts, and just like that, having 4 members strong to be able to seal the deal, absolutely wonderful. YG, I think that they've definitely tried to get close to that chicken dinner. They were only hoping for a top 2 finish once they know that, hey, we're on the low ground, we have to fight through either one of these teams, let's take on the side of Team Max. And at least, I believe, with YG, with their aggression, they've been able to still pull out a top 2 finish. They are now recovering ever since Vanguard was taken out. Burby's goals funneled into the hands of Sin Esports. So this is good news for YG, but even better news for Sin Esports.
Yeah, Sin was looking great, I think, in terms of aggression as well. I think most teams that do have position, we don't really see them getting active, moving around the map, getting a little bit more, I would say, adventurous when it comes to those, taking those points. Teams like Max, RNG are definitely, I would say, those guilty of that kind of passive style play. But Sin was very active. They were moving around. They were trying to see or get a feel of how many teams were around them. If teams are fighting, they tried a third party. Anyone coming close to how much area, it was almost like they had a dotted line in between their own region and the rest of the teams. They said, don't come close to us, we're gonna shoot at you, force everyone all the way down back, force them to have a fight on the lower side, and just give them enough breathing room and space to work off of each other. And I think that's what's made them really, really good on that particular map. I think it's just more than just a drop spot. Yeah, drop spot was good, but if anything, that zone control is something that I think that Sin had a great job of doing. Also, a great job coming in from the likes of Erangel Galacticos. Granted that they were all the way on the bigger island as well. Rotation wise, I think it was kind of hard. I mean, it wasn't going to be the easiest if you think about it. It's always going to be so many people trying to get into the smaller island, but because of how quick they are getting there, it gave them a bit of room to be able to play off and rotate. The only problem was they got caught early. Losing 2 was hard, but still making it into top 4, I think that's a good start for them.
Yeah, we saw how swiftly they moved from Paradise Resort to be full sending a vehicle through the river, and that really gave them enough space to really navigate around the rest of the field. Now, I think it was kind of surprising because at a certain point in time, Team Max was against them. There was KHI members like Mix over on the top end trading back and forth, and they did manage to pull up a solid defense at the very least. And look at the other teams. I feel like when it comes down to stand-up, you really gotta prioritize moving into the zone super early. You saw how many teams were choked out. Erangel, one of them, and you have PBMS and so many other listed names out there that did actually have decent fight in them. It's just that they could not really find any form of reprieve to even cut through into the zone. So definitely something to work on, but I guess they don't really have to scratch their heads too hard because it's only once a day. So that being said though, moving into Erangel is definitely gonna be super exciting now that there's definitely some points recovered coming in for the side of YG. So where exactly does it put them moving forward? Because the last we saw, they were very close to Nexus Vanguards at number 2 at the very same time.
Yeah, Erangel Galacticos, I think, ending the day, I think yesterday was a hot day for them. Ending, in a very dismal manner was not something that you wanted to do. I mean, with Sin in second place, 83 points, only 7 behind of, BG, they think this opening match could be massive for them. Especially when you get the amount of eliminations they've had, plus that chicken dinner as well. It should shoot them way above, Burmese goals as well, which is something that I think Burmese goals are trying to stop them from doing. Regardless, the chase coming in on the top 3, the top 4 is still very much there. 73 all the way till 90 is still a big margin between that 4th place to 1st place. If anything, it's the 83 pointer, the 2nd place and 1st place. I'm going to be seeing a lot of shift, in my opinion, especially since Sin started off really, really strong today. I think one thing's for sure about Sin, during the league stage, they were around, but they didn't really catch my peripherals. They weren't flashy. They weren't really the team that commanded my attention. But coming into grand finals, they have really set the bar damn high, especially as a team from the Philippines, competing against some of the best legacy teams here from Myanmar as well. So this is something to look out for.
True enough. I felt like back in day one, we kind of slept on Sin Esports for quite a little bit, where, sure, they haven't been the team that's been the flashiest as compared to Burpee's Goals or Nexus Vanguards with those explosive run. Now, Sin Esports is showing that, and we started off the day with Sin Esports at number 4. I talked a little bit too much on Erangel Galacticos. Oh, are they going to catch up to them now that they're number 2? I think that right now, Sin Esports will still overtake Erangel Galacticos with this massive results, and I believe with this chicken dinner, they could even reach out for that number 2 spot, since Nexus Vanguard is kind of suppressed, not able to do too much in this matchup. So that being said, though, it is definitely going to be pretty interesting now that it's not only going to be 3 of all these Myanmar teams to be really gunning for the title. I'm looking forward for even more of the teams coming from PH, like you said. Rangers, they're kind of up there as well. Looking at Sin Esports, they are right now starting with strong momentum. I believe the rest of the matchups in Erangel is going to look pretty good for them too.
Yeah, Erangel has been very competitive. It's really hard to pinpoint who exactly will be making it to the top. I think Nexus Vanguards did show us a big, I would say, impact on how exactly they want to start day number 1 is for sure. And number 2, I think it's more about consistency as well. I spoke a lot about Erangel Galacticos' consistency in the beginning of the day. You start off Sanok damn strong, and after that, a very dismal Erangel, and then the other 2 you're doing well, and then quiet on Miramar entirely. But Nexus Vanguard seems to have a good grasp on all 3 of the maps. I don't think we really saw a quiet match from them entirely. Maybe 1 to 2, but it wasn't really the worst thing in the world, because they do get at least 1 point compared to like Young Galacticos, who will go maybe, I think they were consistently getting 7 points at one point, 2 maps or 3 maps in a row, but after that just straight up 0-0-0. So I think this is what Young Galacticos wants to stop. But at the end of the day, I think most of the teams, it really heavily relies on how exactly you're going to be navigating that drop. That first part of just dropping from that, from that plane, choosing that drop spot, just hoping that the circle either favors you or gives you a favorable rotation position. I think many of the teams are having trouble with that, and understandably so. Yesterday was day number 1, and a lot of teams either going into alternate drop spots or filling in drop spots that previously was filled by other teams as well. So you really have to pick and choose your battles. It was really hard to yesterday, but with a better idea today, I think we didn't see too many teams swapping drop spot as well. I think it's a lot of adjustment when it comes to rotations only.
True enough, and looking at all these big fights, and although there are teams that have definitely tried, they gotta be pretty aware of certain teams that are surrounding the area on what their plans really are, because easily there's gonna be a certain interception. We've seen a lot of that circle in Erangel, where it does end up inside the island, which has been relatively tough, but if it happens again, it's definitely not going to be all too much of a big surprise for the majority of the teams. Looking at the rest of the pack as well, definitely big improvements for the side of GG. Last round, they managed to secure 7 points. 7 points good enough to actually see them climb somewhere higher into the top 10s for sure. So we'll have to see what more can they actually bring moving forward. Is we're going to be looking to see what is in store for us, but I believe that we are waiting for, some of the stats to appear. We're waiting for the next game to start, so hopefully you guys are going to be patient for a little bit before we even kickstart our second run.
Yeah, but anyways, for those in the chat, hi guys, how are you? It's been, we can't really, there's nothing more we can talk about, honestly, if I'm being real right now. It's only day number 2, and when it comes to stats, so, guys, chat, how are you guys doing? How's the game so far, and what are your thoughts about what's going on today? With many of the teams, I'm sure that a lot of fan favorites are coming here, supporting VG or even Erangel Galacticos, the bigger names. Can you let us know in the chat, which teams are you guys supporting right now, and why? Which team do you guys feel are the underdog teams? What about you, Contra? What team do you think is the underdog team?
Well, I think like overall, the dark horses of the tournament has been Nexus Vanguards. Sure, they do have those big names out there, but you gotta also think about their long journey, because they have to play through the PMNC Myanmar. It is no easy task to actually face up against so many of all these newcomers, and they emerge as the very best out of the many. And looking at them dominating the field when they move into the PMCL League stage and then into the tournament grand finals, it's kind of absurd to think that they are right now contending for the top spot. So it almost feels illegal for me to even say that in a sense, because they're looking so good. Sin Esports are the big winners of that past round. We finally do have our graphics on screen, and they've been definitely outperforming the rest of the field, having that great control of the high ground.
Yeah, I think it's really good right now looking at this particular team. I think, you know, at the end of the day, when you look at teams like Sin, one thing's for sure, you have some of these players, or majority of them, are very, very experienced. And, you know, it really shows in the terms of rotations, in terms of fights, and as well as those decision making as well. Sin is one of those teams that I would say they will be around in the kill feed, they will be around showing presence all around the map. But I think today and yesterday were the days that we just had to really see that they did commanded our attention in terms of how they play, their aggression as well. They have a nice tag team formation as well when it comes to fights. It's very fun to watch.
True enough, Rankit so far has always been the star of most of the teams that he's joined with ever since he set foot into Sin Esports, looking super solid for the entire field. Let's take a look at the highlights before we elaborate even further.
Okay, here we go. Match rankings to be seen right now with 21 points over to Sin. The elimination points, most of them had been coming in from that last few circles. Sin did not have to travel far when it comes to those rotations as well. Granted that they dropped all the way northern side of Camp Alpha anyway. Now, these other teams here, Young Galacticos, KHI, Max even, they were going for some really insane rotations and somehow still managed to survive all the way till the end. You know, this comes into tenacity. This comes also into that gameplay of understanding how exactly to navigate when things go very, very bad.
True enough, and at least we see some formal exchanges coming from the teams who are kind of bound to be on the outskirts, so they have to take those kind of fights. So decent exchanges, see them really clawing some points, but with that massive chicken dinner, right now, Sin Esports is sitting at number 2, and it is a tie between Yangon Galacticos as well as NX, with them not really gaining too much. Yangon maybe a little bit better because they did manage to finish top 2, but it hasn't been the most biggest outcome that they definitely wanted out of that skirmish up the hillside. BG right now sitting at the top, 90 points, looking super solid, but that gap is just 7 points at the moment with this thriving side of the Philippines. Sin Esports is definitely making some big splashes.
Top 4 already. We're looking at Max as well as KHI. I don't believe we really saw too much of them yesterday as well. KHI had moments of aggression coming through. They were able to overcome several teams, I believe, at one point yesterday as well, but it wasn't enough to really tie up a lot of their fights. But if anything, seeing those two up here as well to put up a fight against some of the best teams here up there is definitely something to, you know, to really remember as well. Just put them on your radar at this point. And Rankid running away with MVP at this point, not surprised. He's done phenomenal work and to be able to survive, to be able to put in damage. And that tag team I talked about when it comes with him and his teammates, it was almost like a peekaboo moment where you have one player, you know, taking away the aggression, going in for a head-on fight, and then suddenly he comes in from the other rotation with a nice crossfire and completely obliterating the other teams. So basically, Sid has everything intact when it comes to gameplay, when it comes to teamwork. The question is whether or not this teamwork can sustain through Erangel.
Quickly, as we get ourselves ready for the next one, we got less than 1 minute for us to dive into the classic map of Erangel. 3 matches back-to-back in this specific matchup, and Sid Esports so far riding on that big momentum to carry forward to go up against Burmese Goals, currently sitting at the top. Well, the chase is definitely on when we take a look at the rest of the field as well. Mid-pack so far looking strong. The teams coming from below are also looking to make themselves super competitive to recover whatever losses that they have from yesterday's run, as we will be ready for even more action coming up right next.
Yeah, after this, we're going to be looking at more things happening as well. I think, when you look at Sin starting off the day real strong, many teams are going to be like, okay, we're going into Erangel. This is the stock standard map where everyone is going to be able to just completely pop off. Now is the time for us to do so as well.
Yesterday, we saw the dominance of the teams hailing from Myanmar, and today, the Philippines is making a huge comeback with Sin Esports to be massive favorites for the region to take the cup home. Well, it may be a little bit too soon to tell since we still got a total of 4 matches to go through after this, and tomorrow another 6 more to really conclude who will be the grand champions. This flight path will take us through Jericho all the way onto the far eastern corner of the map with Prison as it's ending, so relatively even, while the rest of those who would love to drop into Novo Ripnoya or even Sanaska military base will have to take a very long float. So we might even see changes coming in for teams such as Nexus Vanguards on an alternate location.
Interesting enough, when you look at this kind of like drop spots as well, I think yesterday we saw I think we saw some fast games, if you ask me, and I think most of these fast games yesterday happened because the circle has been so unrelenting. I think many of these teams are just kind of like breathing and hoping that, okay, please give us a centralized circle so we're able to do rotations the way we want to, so we're able to just fight the way we want to as well, without, the extra added brain power of being able to go through a hard shift in the circle as well. This is considered somewhat centralized, if you ask me, especially since SG is dropping all the way at Yasnaya. This could be huge for them. They can really take their time, just loot up Yasnaya Poliana. They can even move up towards Stalber if they want to, just empty out that area and be a little bit more safe. And wow, okay, we talked about fast gameplay. It's still happening now. I guess those early straggler fights happening already for Goa.
Yeah, so early on, I believe there was a little bit of a contest of that vehicle right over onto the streets, and Goa will be able to stash that very, very quickly. Asha Esports waste no time to try to flush them out so early on, but not too many bullets, no scopes whatsoever for NAX. They can try, but it's just going to be some small little exchanges. Asha Esports, though, last game, I think that they've definitely shown some massive work. It's just that they just had no wiggle room coming in from the southern hemisphere of that particular map of Sanok. So hopefully this time looking a little bit better coming into Gatka, as we will take a look later on onto that stage 1 zone, which still actually favors those teams who are starting things off coming into the far eastern side or even somewhere around the central ground. So Burmese Goals, last game, decent points being gained, but definitely they want to create a bigger, wider gap up against Sin Esports that's looking so strong right now.
The amount of teams on the western side is going to be very fun in terms of rotation. I mean, the first one to go through the shooting range and into Severny first would be, I think, find a lot of benefit as well, since it's open area. It's basically unlooted as well, which means that you can just really go in there, take your time, go to your checkpoints quite easily and be able to go toward endgame with as many things as possible. But we're not going to be seeing that very soon. I think, if anything, that gridlock coming in from southern side of Jojopol and northern side of Jojopol is going to be interesting, especially since we have the likes of Ozjat that's just slowly making their way up to Gatka Mountain as well. So, for me personally, Ozjat could go nuclear, catch people rotating, outside of Jojopol, get one pick-off or 2, especially for Young Galacticos, maybe 2 and 4 on the western side as well, could be huge.
It could potentially be so, and looking at the circumstance, at the very least, they don't really have to go too aggressive in this early span of the match, because this kind of circle, as much as it's around the vicinity of the central and eastern area, it can still end up any portion, whether it's going to go up towards the north of Yasnaya or even over onto the shelter grounds. There's still ample possibilities, so teams are definitely looking to play for positions, while you just actually get a grenade to be tossed over, and that's pretty much one member knocked out very early on for Team Max. I hope that is not going to be a big problem for them moving forward, since there's still plenty to play for. And look at the current situation for the rest of the field right now. RNG, they've been quietly climbing. Yesterday, they've definitely seen some really big rounds with 2 chicken dinners being secured, or should I say even close to 2 in essence, where they've consistently looked for those positions. This is a team that's looking super tactical, and if they could once again pull off some of all these runs here in Erangel, it's going to be pretty huge for them.
GG has a nice hold onto Kameshki as well. The entirety of that western side fully in their control as well. So Shroud can just go around individually, just go and scout if anyone is close by, kind of figure out how exactly they want to approach the middle side of that circle, and if something goes wrong, he can just, really just move back and just meet up with Luki, just go up northern side one more time. So yeah, we're talking about just now what I was bringing about in the beginning of the game, about the teams going out northern side, which team will be beneficial of this. It's going to be KHI. That had gone through from Zarki all the way towards shooting range in Severny, and finally found their way over onto Stalber, and this could be great for them, especially if the circle pulls them. You have no clue yet if it's going to be there, but this high ground could give them a lot of value. It keeps them all the way north, which means that they're fairly safe from a majority of teams coming in from the southern side, and also that high ground could give them a lot of dividends in terms of value, information, and intel as well.
Right now, GX is just trying to hold around these shelter grounds and managing to at least pull them away, so they will be able to secure even more of that vantage point, while PBMS, they have to fall back into towards the lower end of the field, going back on towards the grounds right across farm, so they'll be able to at least hold over onto the spine, which might actually see a lot of teams crossing from this area specifically. But for the moment, you can see these teams are kind of risk averse. No first blood so far, and it's already about 6 minutes and a half. I believe that once we get into stage 2, that's where all the action is gonna be at. While NB, they've been traversing up towards the northern portion of the map so far. The north point seems to be looking absolutely clear, so it's a great notion coming from the rest of NB to be able to just cut right across if they want to move into Yasnaya a little rather later.
Yeah, Galactico's already mid-side area. I didn't even realize that they had made their way into the mid-side circle already. They were just quietly making their way up there as well. Well, we're looking at the southern side as well. NX, I think, fairly today. I'm quite surprised that I didn't really get to mention their name at all, because it was fairly quiet on map number 1. This could be their comeback map here, especially since they have a 2-2 formation with 3 of them over on mainland, and one of them, Super Loki, is still hovering inside of Noye. I think what's happening right now is that they did meet up with Goa fairly early. They're hoping to catch Goa in the mid of rotation. I don't think they're going to be able to do that, but this slow rotation could work out for them. Empty, that empty space that everyone has left behind because they want to play in the middle of the circle could be open for them as well. And because they're a bit more late, they could potentially be the team to backstab others inside of the circle already, kind of force them into fights against another team that's all the way in a different compound as well. They could become a sheep herder.
Yeah, sheep burger. Well, that's the first time I heard that in the cast, but I definitely can imagine what they could potentially do up against all these other teams. Well, it's definitely ideal in essence, so long as they will be able to traverse very safely across the edges. I think same could be said about TTQ on their positioning, as they are around the Pachinki Potato Hills. So right now, as it stands, all these teams so far locking into their position. RNG is going to make a very precarious move, as they are currently smack dab in between the shelters as well as Yasnaya. They haven't really solidified a certain location, but there is at least a compound for them to at least hold for a checkpoint, as we will further confirm the zone to be around the shelter grounds once more. So good notion for the side of RNG. Now we'll have to see how well will they be able to hold firm. And look at the rest of Burmese goals. They're not going to be all too far off, so they're just hoping to actually gate certain teams that are moving from that Razak region or anyone coming from the north.
Wow. A lot of teams rotating very, very quickly right now. I'm surprised that NB has managed to cross into Yasnaya fairly unscathed. We heard the sounds of gunfire at the same time here for NX as well here. As NB, here we go. That was I was wondering about. Since BG was holding into the southern side of the Yasnaya bridge, I was kind of wondering whether or not they would be attacking NB here. Moe in a hell lot of trouble. The only thing that's keeping him alive right now is that smoke and that vehicle. Not gonna be stopping for long here as SG. They set their eyes on him for quite some time, put in a lot of pressure. Now the rest of his teammates probably just saying, okay, I don't think we're going to be able to pick him up right now. So we're going to go to the middle side of this field, find a crater and hold on to it for the time being because we have an idea or an inkling that the compounds, the areas nearby is possibly already going to have inhabitants.
Yeah, it's a really good notion coming from the rest of NB to be identifying that there is that big dip for them to hold out. Meanwhile, the rest of TTQ rushes forward, trying to claim this compound for their own, and will be able to seek out Nero very swiftly, so only soaking a little bit of damage throughout that scuffle, but that draws the attention coming from the rest of Nexus Vanguards from above those hillside. There is a vehicle elimination coming in from Shroud as he takes on a few more. Slowly, all the actions are taking place as it's already the 10-minute mark. GG now claiming that space up the hills.
GG had quite an insane run the previous map as well. We saw a lot of aggression from them, and it was in a position where they were on the back foot. They didn't have the circle location. They had to fight to get into that circle, but somehow managing to survive. I think they picked up, what, 7 to 8 eliminations just by that game itself, just before going down. And I think it's very important to talk about how this aggression can, somewhat really kickstart their game into today as well. Because GG, they show a lot of aggression coming into today, but the biggest problem for them was that they're not able to tie up loose ends. With Lion barely alive here, his will just bleed out. With Max stealing away that kill here, GX, they're prepped and primed. They have the mid-side area and they're looking to pick off any kills they can, but somehow just now you have Krona here alone managing to steal away that one point. I'm wondering why GX did not try to pursue that final elimination.
Yeah, very interesting notion. I think overall, all these teams really want to keep themselves very safely inside the compounds because they've definitely noticed that there's just so many different angles for them to cover, and this isn't exactly the kind of safest compounds available. So it is just going to be those kind of traits where sometimes you kind of want to allow other teams to kind of secure those points and just ensure the security of your own squad strength in essence. Now, the rest of Goa, though, they are sweeping around the edges of the lumber hills, just across shelter. So this is going to be a very powerful position for them to have some high ground terrains for them to take cover, as well as to also trade up against potentially Nexus Vanguards later on. While the rest of BG so far, they did look for opportunities by the edges, unable to actually convert all too much, so they will continue their journey on sweeping over onto the far west and perhaps inbound into that location. That's going to be Asia right across the street, so we might even see more action taking place from this current position that BG is going to be taking space. So very, very concerning. I don't think that they should commit to the compound because right at this moment, those members of Asia is waiting to strike.
Now Galacticos say Cloud in a very dangerous situation here, all alone. His teammates are there to provide a lot of pressure and cover fire as well for him to be able to just quickly meet up with Master Smile. Shouldn't be too much of a problem here. Full area of mention in their hands. Sometimes kind of surprised. I mean, there's still a lot of space in this map. And not really a full 4-on-4 fight. We haven't seen that quite yet. Maybe GX did lose too, and understandably so. They were right in the middle of that map, and I think many teams are aiming to be able to steal away that compound, especially TTQ. I think they are very prepped to be able to overcome them as well. They have a terrain as well to work with, some cover at the same time. But I don't, for knowing TTQ, when it's not toward end game, you're not going to see them get a bit more active. So for them, it's going to be a waiting game, but I would love to see TTQ get a little bit more proactive here.
Enough TTQ so far, just securing some of all these great ground for the moment. While the rest of PBMS locked themselves over that corner shelter, and that will see them eventually locking horns with the rest of Nexus Vanguards. Parking 2 hovercrafts will definitely block the entry point from having other members to jump right in, but the rest of GG, we see them really strike hard last game, and they're looking to do it up against KHI this time around. Looking to create a little bit more of that gap across the bunkers, and Devon quickly gets tapped out. That's Murnat coming across those quarters as they exit the mentioned ground. Immediately takes them on. Shroud now, not exactly in the best spot possible. The snakes are sent flying in. YG helping KHI to recover, and now the pressure's back on the side of GG. Over on the other side of the spine, it does seem like they have just about enough cover, but they gotta go in for the pickup real quick.
And GG right now, I think we talked a little bit about what, what it means like to be them, to be playing that angle on the very, very end side here. And they're not able to hold on. They're sandwiched between two big teams. They barely have any cover. No space as well as the blue zone hits here. Yangon Galacticos look very unbothered. They're okay to tank it. And in fact, they want this aggression to happen. They want this fight to keep going on. They're able to overcome, pick away a few fights. You really just boost them forward in terms of points as well. But GG is not making it easy for any of those teams, and Young Galacticos saying, that's fine, we stay in the back here, let KHI deal with the brunt of that damage coming in from GG, and most importantly, as KHI gets, crippled, they're gonna have a lot of space at the southern side of Mansion opening up for Young Galacticos.
Yeah, they gotta look for alternate angles if they really want to fully take on KHI. Right now, Shroud looking to propel forwards while Devon still trying to seek out that position. So long as there's smokes, they're not gonna be able to get much out of this heal side. But on that push, Shroud is already soaking so much damage. Now trying to trade back up against Kaler, but there is gonna be a surprise angle coming in where he will not have too much of a cover with a big nade sent in. KHI will be able to hold on for even longer.
That's a nice hold for that ditch as well. But Davan, he is not letting KHI get out of this for free. You drop one of their members, fine here, but this ditch will give them so much value. Just helping those nades chunk onto them as well. There's no other form of cover as well. And Nickler, what are you gonna do? You're gonna move away, your teammate not even close by here. What are you gonna do to bring your team back into the game? At this point, Mig saying cut your losses, reposition themselves far away. And NB probably having the same thought right now. They're stuck inside of the blue.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure how do they actually make it out. Foxy's barely surviving. He will be knocked down as well. It's only going to be Jarrell holding out from the outskirts. So the rest of NB relying on XZ to try to hold on. And he will have to ditch everyone out there. Stage 4 is going to hurt all these members. As I'm definitely curious as to why so many teams were really tanking so much of the damage, since it's stage 4 in Erangel is kind of impossible unless you have too much of a first aid kit for you to just slowly just tank it out, while the rest of YG, impatient already, wants to push through inside the bunker, while the rest of GOA on the attack up against the rest of BG. And right now, Great Knock coming in. Superboy brings one down, and they are also involved with Nexus Vanguards taking on YG at the very same time.
Keeping a close eye on every single one of these teams, and Clay hoping to find that pickoff onto top, especially, but top a little bit too fast in terms of his swerves as well, so barely any of the bullets are going to be hitting. And on top of that as well, it does show his hand here, leaving him quite vulnerable to the two members of BG right now as well. Lilian caught through, smokes that nade should open up a bit more space, but for who? Already aware of where he could be here. Rex tries to go aggressive, runs him over, but it's Clay that was able to find him in the end. BG, despite the great start of the day, at the end of the day yesterday, they weren't able to hold on. 2 eliminations for them as well, as Young Galacticos, they managed to get a space at the end of the circle, in fact, and PPMS just rushes them. One boy falls, Raimon as well, Spritzel too, Scotty left all alone here. Here comes the reposition, here comes the reset. Young Galacticos, they're looking dire right now as St. Cloud looks so low, but that knockdown from the vehicle just obliterates the entirety of PBMS, and somehow Young Galacticos survives. Hello?
Wow! They were just saved by the bell. Team Max swerved in from the other side to be able to take out the rest. They could care less about those points being taken away because Yangon Galacticos surviving that was impressive enough. And it's just absolutely rowdy, right? You saw that full-on fight that just blew out. YG was not supposed to lose so many members out there, and They did. They were just being knocked one after another like dominoes. But thankfully, the good call was to really go for the retreat. And now they get to live to fight for another day.
Bye-bye,
YG securing 5. And right now, top all alone. So GOA easily handles that situation.
Honestly, GOA has been probably stalking this guy for quite some time now. They saw top rotating into that circle, wasn't able to clip him, waited for the right time, and now they go aggressive here. And you have WXKX and Pool rushing into the Mushroom House, moving backwards. WXKX playing this to perfection but cannot hold on. Only for good for one here, as Rex and his teammates going to be happy to run away with it. They have to worry about WXKX on the top side here. Nate's thrown out already, and they're just gonna roll it down to that bottom. Gonna find shelter at the bottom side here as Rex gonna try and answer back with his own nade here. WXKX a bit too close for comfort, but he noticed that nade he is getting also flushed out by the mollies as well. But somehow he has managed to dodge and juke every single one. What the heck?
Yeah, he somehow finding just about enough space, looking to also leap downwards eventually to take on both Nyapikel as well as Rex. A very sticky situation if you ask me, but so long as Yoa is not pushing forward, he's going to be A-okay, but those grenades could still possibly flush him out, so we'll have to see what Rex could potentially do right now, trying to find the perfect angle. They're not going to be able to clip. I mean, this guy is just by the doorways. The fact of the matter is, GOA is not looking for that push upwards. If they do, then they will be able to find that angle. Now, Gerald coming from the side, I'm not too sure if he's also interested into the Harry Potter tower as well, right at this moment. Rex, they're happy to sure. They spot out Gerald, and instead, they really want to get him pretty much clustered up. SG can be eliminated, so great exchange coming from GOA.
Taking the time here to get into that circle as well. These are the kind of fights that you want to be able to do. Just this desperation style plays coming in from Gerald. It's just so easy for you to be able to come up on top. Clay falls. But the winner and ultimately is still going to be GOA. The amount of bodies they have is a bit much to deal with as well. But at the very least, he tried. Coming in for rotations here. That means that the fight over on the southern side, or at least the southeastern side, has been ended for the time being here. GOA coming in as that victor. Now, a lot of teams are barely still in this game right now. Southern side, NX really taking their time. GG just holding on for dear life as GOA is going to try and rush toward them as well. I'm not too sure if Davan is going to have time to come into the game. Yes, he does. But the reset is going to need a bit more space, and Kaya will be the one to take that first contact play. Steal away a point, perhaps not going to be easy, as the players of Goa, they are looking to crunch, and they do just that.
Yeah, perfect opportunity out there. Already 8 points for the rest of Goa. Right now, getting struck upon. Clay now getting neutralized by Iter X. His team Max so far has been guarding their angle for the longest time. Max so far, they've been going for all these third-party eliminations so perfectly, where they save the bell up against YG and now pace on the rest of GOA. A lot of all these space, not so much for GOA. They really have to make their way across, not in the zone as of the moment. And there's a lot of flat ground terrains somewhere towards the center. So this is definitely a very risky move. And that's the reason why Team Max is currently having the best position possible. Speaking of which, Superboy on the challenge finds Romeo Boy over onto the outskirts. YG needing to make the entry, and the rest of Nexus Vanguards are happy to just gate them off from going anywhere forward.
They have a lot of space to work with. Nexus Vanguard here. Not the most in terms of numbers, but you can still tell they're okay to show their presence in the game as well. But Max here, just striking from across the board, catching Joji right as he rotates straight into that circle. That means that the mid side of the circle that has no cover is fully in the jurisdiction of Max right now as well. But TTQ looking to change that as well here. Anyone rotating from southern side, you're gonna have a hell of a time. KHI in trouble. They try to answer back. He throws that nade straight onto Bunny. He eats the full force of it, and he's gonna make it rain one more time. One knock is all he needs. The rest of TTQ just rushing forward to collapse.
Still having Liquid to really hold down the line, trying to spot any for movement coming in from the side of YG. All these smokes are currently giving just about enough cover for the rest of GOA. YG battling their way through. They find themselves that space into the zone, but barely any cover for them to actually hold on to. Once all these smokes subsides, you will see these teams erupt once again. Big toss over onto Mix. Is TT going to find it? Yes, they will. Gus there with a big 3-pointer in essence. Now, KHI eliminated a top 7 finish. Very respectable run for the side of KHI. Now, the big battle up against them is going to be against YG. So, TTQ, will they be able to find them once again? It seems like there is a slight dip that the rest of YG has found. So, it's not going to be a clean angle just yet. Superboy also Magic coming in from the far southeastern corner of the map, and he got barely enough room. And the circle, I mean, that blue zone is already closing through. So what exactly is going to be the next move for Superboy?
Young Galacticos is so interesting to me this particular game. We saw them all the way eastern side just now, you know, going into a 4-way fight, holding on to the side of a train, and suddenly the camera pans away. We're looking at our team and they're right smack dab in this middle of the scroll. I'm like, wait, when the heck did that happen there? Stuck in the shelter, somehow surviving by the skin of their teeth because Max decided to interrupt, and now they're back as a 3, excuse me, in the middle of the circle. Right in the, and most importantly right now, top 4, 5 eliminations, and they've stayed fairly quiet. They're keeping TTQ at bay. They're marking the position of Nexus Vanguard, and most importantly as well, sorry, Nexus Vanguard is done. You know, most importantly as well, keeping the other two, Max and GX, inside of their own compounds.
Yeah, that's the reason why they are just holding firm. They're not going to let go of their advantage, while they are sending a few members on the outskirts to try to draw a little bit more pressure, closing in the distance now, putting the pressure onto YG. The nades now lopped towards the side of TTQ, as they do have that tiny little shack for them to hold firm for the moment. And SafeCloud now destroys that vehicle up against Bunny, while Team Max absolutely spotted by the rest of GX. This is just a great angle for Isaiah to really work with 3 members upon him, though. So he's got to be really careful on trading back from that angle, while the nades are now following through. Over onto SafeCloud, not really soaking it just yet, but Zuki, he's going to be able to find it. I love how he does, as he's popping up throughout this entire game, looking for more against YG. He's barely surviving, and he will be out. YG in the top 4.
8 eliminations as well. Still a hot start for them compared to the first map as well. Now, looking into the rest of the teams here, TTQ, they had a hard time because they didn't have a proper compound to work with. They had to rotate in from southern side, able to use the numbers advantage as well as the terrain to fully overcome the 2 teams that are on the bottom side here. Max also forced to vacate. GX, the only team that doesn't have to move. While the circle shifts one more time here, GX is eventually gonna have to figure out how to leave that area, and it's gonna be a big problem for them because Max has been able to put themselves in the middle of the circle, find those early covers as well, and establish some form of control.
At the very least, GX still has 5 more smokes for them to find a little bit of a space for them to create, and also 11 grenades to be lobbing up against TTQ. So I guess these 2 teams definitely will have a say on how they could dictate the pace of how the final battle is gonna go in this 2v2v2. Team Max, as much as they had that priority early on, now that they have to move over onto these deep spaces in between, it is a little bit awkward because right now there's a lot of attention being drawn to them from the side of GX, and TTQ know exactly where they're located as well. It's just that they try to stay safe from harm's way, because GX, if they turn on them, I don't think TTQ's got much of all these great angles to work with from the south side as well. So at this moment, a little bit of standstill. We're looking for the shift, as all these teams will have to dive directly into the center. So the big course of action is definitely on the side of GX. What will they do? Because they have to exit. They gotta also create those smoke trails, and where do they go from then onwards?
No one's gonna move. No one's gonna start the fight. If you are Max right now in the middle of the circle with no cover, you don't want to start your fight. You don't want to show your hand on where your position could be. GX now on the back foot. No space to move. Stuck outside of the circle. They push out of the compound. They're basically done. The only thing that can cover them right now is that tree line. They do have some smokes to work with. No, maybe only one. So for them, it's gonna be one of the hardest pushes of their life. And they are praying that TTQ would take Max so that they're able to find a sliver of space to make their way into the area.
Right now, setting things up, GX, they want to draw the pressure onto TTQ instead, as they lob towards Zuki's direction. A smart course of action, because they know that Team Max have already identified their location, but right now, those nade exchanges not really connecting at the moment. 7 more from both sides, as they were just trying their chances right now those kind of smokes that they set up kind of give them a kind of false decoy for the rest of these teams to really burn out their utility, and that's really good notion coming from the side of GX. While they reposition right underneath these trees, everyone's going to be prone on their bellies as they crawl deeper into these corners as well as the center. Now, either X looking a little bit more active, he's on foot, and I believe he could still kind of wiggle some room right across to really put a little bit more pressure onto both GX as well as TTQ.
It's one of the slower endings if you ask me. No one willing to show their hand, no one really wanting to show aggression as well. But the nades will come in, none will connect onto TTQ, excuse me. But will answer back there. Zin not close enough. At this point, it can be anyone's game because no one's just willing to do anything. This circle shift means that everyone will be proning. The first team to find someone and open up that fight will be the one to come up on top because they're going to be able to fully capitalize. As Zin and the other members of GX here somehow have managed to get out of that compound safely and undetected.
Yeah. On the other notion as well, if you're going to be the one that lands the first strike, the team that's kind of elusive at the back will also capitalize on the chances to also third party, which is why these teams are extremely careful on their maneuver. Another nade now dropped towards the side of GX. TTQ slowly pinch out of their position, and After X is the one that's been sniffed out. Big nades now connecting, coming in from the side of Isaiah's, and now the exchange falls through. Still a little bit of a wiggle room for Cronite to go in for the save, so it's not Team Max out for the count just yet, but the pressure is piling on! Another great one from Isaiah's to send the rest of Team Max out of the match.
And GX, great opening for them as well, going into that circle. TTQ doing a great job of just denying any information. They have a rock to work with and the smokes as well here. As GX, no clue where to look. There is an idea where the nades are coming from here. Hits Isias, and now Zin tries to answer back, stands up, shows his hand, and things are starting to get sketchy. TTQ pops to the hit, shoots back, answers back, rushes forward. Both teams running out of utility. It now comes down to raw aim. With Isias being very slow, you want to rely on Zin to be able to follow up, to be able to play that first contact game. But Zuki decides that he wants to go aggressive first. Finds Zin, he's not done. That's strafe. It's just too good right now, and you can really rely on this guy, Zuki. What the heck was that? Giving the whole team the winner chicken dinner.
The resilience of TTQ has paid off. You saw that feisty fight over the south side, and once the dust settles, they just hold on firm on that position and waited for the right movement, the right opportunity, and they've got it right here in Game 2 of Erangel.
Honestly, it's so interesting to see a slower ending compared to yesterday where it was very explosive. No team wanted to show their hand, and understandably so. It's a wide open area with no cover. TTQ was patient the whole time. Even when Max was taking a whole fight, you know, with the other team, with GX, they did not even try to intervene. Let them fight it out. Let them open up that fight. Let them obliterate each other. But personally for me, I think that TTQ being very quiet, this passive gameplay, this is the objective of it, and this is what they wanted to achieve many times. The chicken dinner today, the first one of course, and Zuki having 4 honestly speaks for itself.
True enough. On the mid game, it was Goose taking charge, but late game, Zuki looking super phenomenal, especially on identifying exactly where those members of GX were. And I gotta also give credit for the rest of GX as well. They've been holding on to the compounds. It wasn't exactly easy to actually push out, but they've been able to really corral the rest of these Team Max members into the tiny little cover that they have. So that was just quick measurements with those double grenades to be able to settle the scores. So TTQ, absolutely sharp as we take a look once again of what went on in this match.
Anyways, TTQ here landing 10 elims and 10 placement points give them 20, and this is a massive start for them. Granted that they started this tournament with only 6 points and ended yesterday, I wouldn't say on the highest of situations either. This could give them a huge boost coming into this tournament as well, especially since the last game, if I'm not mistaken, TTQ ended map 1 with exactly 40 points as well. So that means we are going to be looking at them up here when it comes to that 50 pointers situation. Now coming into the rest of the teams here, I think that because this is not the easiest of circles as well, it's all the way on the other end here. Most teams did go to the middle of the circle. A lot of fights happening toward the very end. This is quite a passive circle I've seen throughout the entirety of these 2 days.
Yeah, I could definitely understand why, because in the majority of the case for all these teams here in the PMCL, they love those close angle fights, whether it's going to be a swarm right into a compound. But when you play around those open fields, definitely you see these kind of form of exchanges. Now, take a look at the overall standings. TTQ with this chicken dinner, they moved from that 8th position into number 6, so they are definitely up for the contention of those top spots with this chicken dinner, with just about enough games to go by. RNG right now sitting at 5th, while the rest of the field that were looking to be dominating at the top, they didn't really get too much done in this matchup, so this is definitely big recovery coming from those names that we've seen so far, even including GX. Now moving up a little bit of that position up against Asia as they slowly get pushed down, so those teams right now looking super solid.
Yeah, looking at TTQ right now, they are looking to compete, and most importantly as well, the fact of the matter is that those points where they are right now is just so close. I mean, like about a whole, I think, one map amount of points, or 1.5 amount of points, a mapper amount of points, excuse me, that you're able to really catch up with the likes of, say, teams like VG as well. We're starting to see that shift in points, most importantly, I feel as well, from the rest of the teams here. Granted that yesterday we saw a huge shift, right, from Young Galacticos as well as NX, and now the theme has changed here with BG so far ahead and Young Galacticos and Sin side by side. But Zuki, I have to say, he was the massive MVP here, and for good reason. In that 2v2 at the very end just now, those strafes were able to land him 2 eliminations. And this is, I think, one of the most important things, because when you look at the way he plays compared to the rest of his team, he's that first contactor, he's the aggression maker, and he is most importantly the guy that can win 1vx's. He's the guy that he says, hey, stare at me right now, let the rest of my team come in from other ends to be able to collapse. But the first point of contact, the first person you want to go through if you guys want to take out my whole team is gonna be me.
Yeah, overall, even from yesterday's run, Zuki really handles all these tough situations very well, and his composure is his key strength as well, where so far he doesn't mind taking some brunt of the damage in order to get the better end of the deal, which is why he is definitely a threat towards all the opponents that they will face up against him. So that's it, TTQ. Now looking to be in better control of those situations. We'll have to see whether they can pull off another big one moving into our upcoming round, because look at this current situation, things are still kind of tough to say on who's going to be able to really leapfrog ahead, because right now the top team's not looking the hottest, and this is definitely a high time for the teams, whether they're on the midfield or over onto the lower end of the charts, to really bounce back up. Such as these kind of games, this is what was required to be done. So that being said, TTQ, I'm looking forward for more.
Really excited to see this coming from TTQ as well, especially toward the league stage, when we mentioned, like, I think that one of their biggest problems was, you know, sealing the deal, ending those games, being able to survive as a whole, because position-wise they are really good. But these endings, I think these decision makings as well, you know, show a different side to this team in terms of their intensity and style of play as well. So I think, if anything, this is a whole new look coming in for TTQ, especially in terms of aggression. We didn't really see this side of them too much. I think it's nice that they're just, you know, changing the page of that playbook and saying, hey, we're usually so passive, we usually play, you know, this particular way. What about, you know, kind of like kicking it up a notch? And this is exactly what we can expect to see here. They have a nice balance of aggression and survivability as well. Love to see it. But for me personally, want to see more of this TTQ to be able to rise up to the top. I think they might be a great contender to the likes of BG as well. Granted that it's just about, I think we have about another 3-4 maps to go today as well. So this opens up so many doors if they were able to maintain this momentum.
True enough, possibilities are looking to be pretty endless for the moment. So coming up next, another round in Erangel, as we will have 2 of that match to come, and then later we'll chip into Miramar. So we'll take a little short break, and when we come back, we'll move into Game 3. Yeah, they should have enough time to get water. If anything, I'll cover you. All right. We're getting ourselves ready for our next matchup as we dive into Erangel once again. A great performance coming in from TTQ to secure a chicken dinner of their own, their first ever here in the grand finals, as we'll look forward to what they will bring to the table as the race is on to see who will be once again reigning supreme.
I am very curious because if you think about it, a lot of teams that are in the middle and the bottom of the rungs during league stage are starting to show a different side to them as well. And for me personally, I think for a lot of fans, you start to see patterns. You think teams like Young Galacticos, BG, Nexus Vanguard, who are the usual suspects to be at the top, would remain there. Nah, not anymore. Because everyone is after that, that grand finals, prize pool, and now is the time for everyone to be able to show what they're made of.
Speaking of which, there's also this spot for the Esports World Cup as teams are battling for that one slot only here in the PMCL. The stakes are extremely high and the pace has to be set really swiftly. Although last game it was a little bit slower than usual.
It was
this
very
time around.
slow.
Very, very slow. I was just being nice in that sense. But right now, I think that perhaps we're going to see a little bit more fast-paced action if it does end up in the island again. We start off from the islands into Judger Pool, so we'll see the change of winds moving to this map.
Okay. No, I think we're starting to see teams just go through the same things again. If anything, I think just now what we saw the circle-ish toward mansion side. Okay, cool, centralized. If you could have a circle, Contra, a fun one, where would it be?
In between Georgia Pole would be lovely if it's gonna cause them a little bit of stir. It's still gonna be in between those river for them to battle it out. Somewhat an urban setting at the very same time. It's definitely gonna be a little bit rough for these players to play on, but at the very least, it's gonna be a decent start for a majority of all these teams out there, where we are seeing Sin Esports actually benefiting this time around, starting off from Milta Power.
Okay, this is massive. I think we saw this circle, twice the previous week as well. So this could be interesting coming in toward from if the circles does pull toward Lipovka and Milta Power. We saw these circles before, and teams had a hard time rotating into the area. And teams such as Sin, or even I believe Max, who like to drop nearby Prison and Lipovka, had so much trouble maintaining their position because it feels like a lot of teams are making a beeline to be able to get to those to those areas early. Don't even get me started about the hard shift coming in from the western side of that circle. It was a party every single place in the map, and the teams that are in the middle early, well, they're just gonna be happy laughing on their laurels for the time being.
Yeah, true enough. And overall, looking at some of all these potential locations that teams would love to play on will be somewhere around the Lumber Hillside, where there's enough space for them to take cover of. And if they're going to be slightly late, then they kind of have to wiggle their room around Milta or even somewhere around the shelter. So it's going to be a little risky for some of these teams to try to navigate around. But so long as there's still space here in phase one, they should not waste any more time and just really full send towards those kind of directions. So we'll have to see how well will they actually pave right through as we kick things off. BG, today, a little slower on their approach. I wonder what seems to be the case right now, because the time that they had playing inside of, Sanok, they only got 2 points. Last round, probably just another couple of points as well. So I kind of want to see more. Erangel Galacticos is really closing the gap right at this moment.
Let me give you a hypothesis, Contra. What if, from patterns we saw yesterday, oh my god, I sound like a scientific researcher. Okay, anyways, like yesterday, based on patterns from yesterday, BG didn't really have a stellar start. The team that had the hot start yesterday was NX and Erangel Galacticos. They only really showed their claws toward the end of the day. What if BG does well later?
Oh, I actually am supporting your hypothesis on this one, because that seemed to be the case, right? Overall, they have definitely shown like their strong suit to be around Miramar or even those latter stages, and I guess it's about high time they get activated in just about another round or so. So I guess we give them a little bit of those leeway. Now, what about Nexus Vanguards though? That's another team. Started off really strong yesterday. Today, no show at all. A little surprising to me, because right now it feels like they are kind of shifting the approach to play a lot more safer.
Okay, hypothesis part 2, Nexus Vanguard version. Wow, podcast time. For me personally, it felt like they were a game starter wonder. I think we have these moments on day ones, right? Where we have these teams just really go up to the top and just go completely explode, and you're just like, oh dang, that team is so good, and then suddenly go quiet on day 2, day 3. What if they are the type of team that gets that early aggression, gets those amount of points early, and then they go a bit more quiet, and they need a few more games to really figure things out?
Yeah, I guess like with a lot of all these changes, they are also trying to readapt at the very same time moving into this game. So it does give them a little bit of a tough run throughout what we saw for the past 2 games. So we'll have to see. Perhaps there's going to be a little bit of a recovery ride, because from number 2 sliding into number 4 position, this is currently a little concerning. And at the very same time, with the rise of TTQ and also RNG slowly approaching, this is definitely not a safe spot to be in for the rest of Nexus Vanguards. But I'm loving the mid-pack. I mean, they're really showing a lot of strides so far. 60 for the side of SG, now tied with TTQ at the very same time.
SG's rise today, TTQ rose up today, to the occasion. I think it's massive when we see these teams being able to do that coming in from the second page. We're seeing a shift from Max and 2 and 4 as well, which makes it very, very interesting. But the thing is, when we look at teams such as NB, PBMS, who are currently at the very, very bottom of the charts, we see their names up in the, in the charts all the time when it comes to team fights, when it comes to rotations. They are definitely there. But this lack of firepower, I think, has been the biggest issue for both these teams. PBMS seems a little bit more willing to take fights, in my opinion. They want to go aggressive. They want to be opportunistic. But for them, being able to actually, they start the fight, right? But they never end it.
Yeah, that's the thing about commitment. I feel like, people in the new age, they probably have this kind of concerns as well. They don't really draw in fully into a fight and really lock down. I mean, if you want to make a decision when you're playing a Battle Royale, you gotta full send it if you're gonna go for launch an attack. And sometimes it's a tough decision for them to make because they're thinking, oh, what if we crash out again? Because right now they're on that kind of downward spiral that, oh, if we were to lose out without getting placement points, it's going to be a concern. I mean, they haven't been gaining any. They should actually try all these kind of ways to actually pull stops against the rest of the team. So I kind of want to see NB switch it up. And so long as they don't switch it, then it's going to be the same thing. Like you said, starting a fight, but not really willing to commit to the act. That's treacherous, if you ask me.
Yeah, PBMS, I think they ended yesterday with 30 points. And in the current rankings right now, they're on 37. And I would say this is 3 maps. They haven't really found that, I would say, that answer that they wanted. They would get like stragglers, 2 kills here and there, but never really in terms of surviving enough to really launch it forward. Yeah, they get some 1 to 2 placement points, but is it really enough to really keep you stable when all the teams are coming left, right, and center, also gaining points at the same time? PBMS, I think, when it comes to fights, I think they do full send it. But the thing is, it's full sending, like, how do you approach a fight like head on and expect yourself to not get sprayed and getting knocked down?
Yeah, I feel like they just need to be a little bit more coordinated in that sense where...
That's the word.
Yeah, when we take a look at PBMS from the past couple of seasons, whether it's a playbook iteration or not, they always love those fights, but sometimes it just gets a little bit too messy, and with the, some of the roster changes throughout the season, I felt like it definitely impacted them on their coordination in a sense, so kind of have to find a way to work around that. Same could also be said about Ozja. I mean, there's so many different iterations of Ozja. We've seen the Prime Ozja, and right now, this is not exactly the same Prime Ozja that we're looking at.
Now we're starting to see that shift, right, from many of the teams into the circle as the circle shifts north. So a lot of teams had just hunkered down southern side here. The winner is going to be NB. And this is good because NB has been one of those teams that have been rotating into the circle fairly late. They lose 1 to 2 members just trying to get into that circle. So for them, this is the edge they need to prolong their survivability in this map. And I'm hoping that it just keeps on going this way for them.
Yeah, and hopefully they could actually capitalize onto these grounds while the rest of Team Max kind of bump into SG. Not going to be a full collateral. SG looking to fold over onto this corner and allow the rest of Team Max to take over. PG, though, on a hustle up against RNG as we finally get some action. Rage now in the thick of it, trying to push her up against A Cloud. With jump shot connects! Crazy stuff from Godspeed!
A jump shot? To end it? That is disgusting. And throughout all of that, it looked like RNG had the upper hand here. But, that's why I talked about just being able to make sure that you're ending these fights cleanly. BG does just that. RNG, interesting enough, this is a team that's the only team that's had 2 chicken dinners this entire tournament. And the thing is, despite having those 2 chicken dinners, they've only ended at 61 points. And this time around, only getting 1 to their name, no placement points. And this is going to push them further down compared to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I really feel like the firepower is not exactly at the same level as compared to BG for sure. And the most part, RNG, those wins are actually coming into those late skirmishes where they played very passively to get to the end game. And this time around, NangX does actually find one getting the catch onto GG with them trying to actually claim that spot. And Ozja has just had more members to actually book around this vicinity, while the rest of GG forced to relocate, and they are taking over the compound that is within the interest of TTQ.
Don't really have to force fights either. A lot of teams are just really taking their time. This time around, Goa was one of those teams that were, I think, fairly early into the circle most of the time. They would play toward the edges. This is a slower rotation coming from them, and understandably so. They had to come in from SMB all the way up to Milta, and now they've moved over to the eastern side of Milta Power. I think they're just hoping that the northern side near the Milta Power area would be empty. But if that was their calculations, they would have calculated wrong, because most of the teams have just placed themselves all the way eastern side, making sure that the body of water will protect the backs.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very good notion, especially for Yangon Galacticos. So that kind of game plan, when you're playing from the outskirts, you are definitely looking to sweep across without needing to worry about whatever is on your 6. It's just focused to propel forward. In essence, for the rest of the field, though, there's definitely a huge crowd over the southern side, and the rest of the Nexus Vanguards now getting caught up. Sin Esports further suppressing them, and this is going to be huge because these are the ones that Nexus Vanguards need to win up against. So right now, sandwiched in between, they have to either focus on the fight against Goa or Sin. Right now, neither side having the advantage, but it's definitely going to be Goa going for the push. As for who landing the shot onto Superboy and the rest of NX, they don't seem to be poised in position to even answer back.
They can't. They are the ones getting backstabbed right now. They were not expecting a late rotator into the circle. They were not expecting themselves to have their backs so out there, open in the wide in the open as well. NX forced to be in such a vulnerable position because they weren't, watching their 6. 2 members knocked down already. NX cannot answer back. Super Loki as well will be picked off here, and this is mad unlucky for this team because this was the team that started the day explosive yesterday, and they are the ones getting a taste of their own medicine that they dished out yesterday to a majority of these teams. And as the same thing could be happening to NB. Just now we were just talking about how NB could have a big advantage since they were coming in from the northern side of that circle. They were in the circle fairly early as well. But one thing about being in the circle that you need to remember is to be able to hold on, to be able to be strong enough to make sure that no one breaches your area.
True enough, and overall, this is just a tough run-in over onto the southern course where they were just banking on the hopes that the circle closes there, but everyone were kind of pinched into the same kind of funnel, and they were just stuck in between. Sin Esports right now racing up against Yangon Galacticos, trying to create this gap. Spots out the rest of the members of Goa over onto the fields, and GOA barely have enough space to even step out. At least they are looking for certain exchanges, and it's going to be Osal now subbed in for today and already finding a member outside of Sin Esports. So that's great work coming in from NX, as he is going to be the last man standing. There's a lot more work to be done for this team that haven't found that momentum quite yet, but right now the zone is just going to go deeper and deeper away from the current direction, so they definitely have to relocate. Sin Esports probably don't want to stay for far too long, as much as they want those points up over onto the outskirts, as they do manage to at least catch S4 Who.
They're really just moving with that circle, reposition themselves a bit deeper, closer, taking their time, taking these fights as well, and gatekeeping a majority of players from the southern side from getting into the circle itself. But now they're the ones getting gatekept because SG, they are on a hunt. Gerald, great opening. He goes for one more minor to find WSKX. And now Cool, left all alone here. No place to go. His car is on fire as well. He's going to be crossing by PBMS. But PBMS as well is in that same predicament, but at the same time, before PBMS gets completely demolished, gets completely deep, they still manage to pick off 1 or 2 kills as they're rotating into the southern side circle.
Yeah, great gatekeeping technique coming in from the rest of PBMS, excuse me. So, that being said, the circle does shift into the favor of Team Max, and in the mansion grounds, this is going to be a great stronghold. On the other side of the area, we definitely do see that high elevated terrain for even BG to actually play around with. YG chooses to swarm right in, so we are going to see a big breach into the mansion. Chronite to be the first contact. This is going to be a little bit of difficult angle for them to work with. And also, with the arrival of 214 Akira, this is definitely looking to be a 3-way battle.
A lot of pressure coming in from Max as well, and they are not shy to show their hand. But Young Galacticos taking a more conservative approach here, making sure to just find those nice angles to fully and quickly clip down the HP of Lion. He wasn't able to shoot back or even answer. And the rest of 2-1-4 now on the back foot, not enough bodies, not enough firepower. And the worst part about it is, Max as well is watching from end. You peek onto one side, you're gonna run into one member of Yangon Galacticos. There's just no way out here.
Yeah, it's really tough, and this being the center of the zone does not really salvage any form of a reprieve for the rest of Team Max. So they gotta defend for their lives by hook or by crook. While this Molotov is just about good enough for coming from Shroud to remove one from the side of BG. With them being scattered, they will have to cut their losses, but those nades falling through beautifully from Kree. 2-1-4 is now piling the pressure with Michi, also suppressing the rest of YG from moving anywhere at all.
Thought it's a three-way fight. Nah, man. Add one more to the mix here. Mid-side area is just going to be a hot spot as teams are getting blown to smithereens. I'm talking about Yangon Galacticos. You thought that it was, 2-1-4 that's trouble? No. Yangon Galacticos probably overstayed their welcome, made their presence a bit too known right now, and all the teams had to pile onto this team as well. And Max, knowing that Yangon Galacticos are already crippled, gives them a bit more leeway to play into picking off kills over onto 2-1-4. Yangon Galacticos, their biggest mistake just now was separating into a 2-2. It allows them space to play crossfire off each other, but the lack of firepower to watch other angles, well, that was at least half the team's demise.
Sure enough, now there is definitely a little bit of a stall in between, with Aja now pressing on the engagement up against GG. This shared spot between BG as well as GG hasn't been settled, but that was a beautiful one connecting onto Luki. Odika also subbed right in for Aja to try to turn the tides around. This team definitely needs those fresh pair of hands and eyes to really do more, and they're definitely looking forward to propel up ahead, but they're getting caught by KHI out of nowhere. Where exactly is KHI? They're just over onto the outskirts, and they gotta pay attention over onto that 6. Right now, great lob once again, connecting onto Kaya. Asta is crazy on the utils.
It's a later rotation for them as well, but they're really taking their time to bridge this compound. On top of that as well, with the addition of KHI putting in pressure, it's hard for them to really move around the map. Shroud in the smokes here, but we see Shroud do some incredible plays, staying fairly quiet. That shotgun in hand could be a game changer, as Top is making so much noise, breaching the area and trying to pick off every single member around here. Both players not in the safest spot. In fact, with BG around with 2 members, you are bound to be either you kill each other or you're gonna run into BG. Pick one.
Yeah, it's either side of the party, and BG managing to also steal away a point from those kind of exchanges. So Asia kind of unhappy with that, but they just got to settle with this current scenario, because to really flush BG is going to take the entire squad to be sent their way, and they only were left with 2. Shroud still not moving a muscle just yet. He just wants that surprise attack with a UMP equipped in hand. Just hugging around the corner of Buggy is definitely
This is taking some time, Top. Do you need help?
Yeah.
A boost? Maybe take the stairs at this point? Oh my god.
They're really thinking that he's upstairs for some reason, and they were not even considering checking over onto the quarters where he's already moving around. So Asha kind of wasting all the utils for no apparent reason.
Oh my god, Shroud! He's just put in so much doubt into the minds of Ozja. They're just like wondering. It's made them so scared to really venture up the stairs as well. Wasted so much time, and even then, the Top making so much noise trying to jump, he was at a very vulnerable position to be shot at by the members of BG as well. That was very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it's just really interesting to actually see what the things were happening around those corners. Well, PBMS now going for the exchange up against TTQ. The big ones connecting over onto Ryman is good, managing to suppress the rest of their nemesis PBMS. That's been a classic exchange between these two teams that have seen so many different iterations of the PMCL. And TTQ so far still high on that momentum, but Zuki is being knocked down. Buddy's already out. Somebody's got to go for the save. I don't think that they have much time left.
Surprise.
As they're going to just run right through, finding 2 just like that with their vehicles.
Go for another round here. Easily Monboy to fall as well. Great read into those smokes, as Liquid should be ready to be picked up as well. But there is that question from Gus. knowing that Skadi is around leaves a lot of question marks whether or not he wants to pick up his teammates. Now with the pressures of Skadi leaving the area, it gives him a bit of breathing room to go for that pickup. Not sure if there's enough time though. I think he's gonna just call it. Liquid, sorry man. Gotta cut your losses, gotta go into that blue zone as well. As he takes his time moving into the area, a nice spray onto Skadi means another point in the bag, and his teammates' sacrifice is definitely worth it.
Yeah, I'm really loving Gus's maneuver. He's just not gonna move directly in the zone. He's like, so long as I spot any moving targets, I'm gonna shoot right at them. And that's already 7 points for Gus. And I don't think that he can actually propel even further from that point onwards since Michi's currently holding on to those angles. But thankfully, there's a rock for him to get a little bit of protection. And as a matter of fact, Gus is actually in the zone as well. So he can buy as much time as he wants. That is probably not going to be within the grenading distance. So this fight kind of takes a little bit far too long. BG not trying to force up against Asha as well, showing so much signs of respect, but even more so for those inside of the mansion as these 4 teams are still sharing those spaces.
Everyone's just trying to shoot at each other, but no one's really full sending into it as well. Max, surprisingly, this game is just, I don't know, they feel so present on this map as well. They have a nice angle to play with. They're keeping, tabs of a lot of teams that have been holding on to the map as well. And because, despite the fact that KHI was northern side as well, they're making sure to really keep track on where exactly they're going to move around that circle as well. I think if anything, KHI, while they did have an advantage northern side, this circle eventually will still pull away. And I think they have in their hands the compound they had gone. So it's just a terrain that they can work with. But if anything, that terrain, KHI could find a lot of dividends. They have some packages there as well. They have a nice high ground. They could potentially take advantage of those inside of the open area southward.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree. That could be a very good stronghold if it does shift in essence. But Master Shi now getting pushed, but he does have his DBS. Unleashing it upon top. And that nade just about cooked to perfection as BG once again dominated in that scuffle. And a respectable run for Asha. They did manage to at least retrieve 4 before bowing out.
I still saw a circle here at BG, but, being able to pick those kills is still enough for them. Despite being one of the later rotators into the circle, they already have 7 eliminations, which should just still keep them up on the top spot here, basically unscathed. Granted that Sin only got 2 points and YG only got 1 as well. But it's still not going to be the easiest, I think, position for them to be rotating over. A wide open area with Max and also Young Galacticos, the other 2 members watching. It's going to be rough.
It definitely is. BG now have to really swing into the zone while they're getting caught out by doing so. KHI, we talked about that power position over onto those creases of the hill, and that right now is just going to focus onto Godspeed. The only member left, Claire, now pushing forward, looking to be in within grenading distance. He's going to try to pop him over while Godspeed barely has any space to play out. So this is as good as it gets. 99 points in total for the side of BG.
KHI here looking to make a bit more space into this circle as well. And this is great because the circle barely just covers up the terrain. It's enough for them as well. But the rest and it does put them quite a ways away from the southern side of the circle where majority are for a time being. So they can just wait out a lot of things. They don't have to force fights. And most importantly, stealing away those points.
True enough, right at this moment. Any drop of points is going to matter a whole lot, especially majority of these teams are sitting around top 10 position. So it's all about finding the right angles. Yahiko now just squeeze over onto the tight corner. He's got to outrun that grenade or else he'll be clipped overall. NB once again playing very, very passively. We saw they had that priority of position from the get-go. And now, at least still keeping with 3 members strong, they can play the end game if they can just hold firm. But the zone closes deeper over onto the fields. And now the trouble is on Team Max. They have to exit the mansion grounds. And you got to also remember that there are certain areas that's gated off. So there's only a few points of exits available. And SG, as well as 214 Kira, they got to also push right through. So this is going to be a big hurdle out of the mansion for all these teams.
The southern side control from Max has been really good. But my question is whether or not I could keep the rest of 2 and 4 out of their area number 1 and stop them from being able to get picked up 1 by 1. With one of the members of 2 and 4 fairly low, Michi falls, his teammate looking to find a way to pick him up, and I think Kree might be able to do so as well. He's so low right now in a very, very dangerous and precarious situation. But SG decides to come in northern side as well, make a lot of noise, and NB now fall like flies. What are you gonna do here?
Yeah, it's just big fights erupting as they are just trying to wiggle around the outskirts, and SG at least finding the catch up against Yahiko. Unfortunate once more, NB, they walk away with no eliminations. It's still going to be a top 6. And right at this moment, Team Max kind of pinch in between. We saw that big swing coming out of their opponents 2-1-4 in order to secure that area of circle, but right now they're the ones being gated off. Team Max has got to run out in the open. If they do have smokes, they got to pop it in between to go in for that full challenge. Well, this is going to be a great spot for SG to also hold out for the meantime. And over onto the North Point, it's absolutely chill, while all these teams over the South absolutely scramble for their own life.
SG somehow has still managed to breach the circle, sending a minor northern side just to really scout out the position coming in from KHI as well. With Gerald, you know, being the front, at least the first contact player, they were able to go for that reset much needed for them to stay very much in this game. And as for 2-1-4, it looks terrible for them. But SG's, appearance, taking away the attention from from Max, really gave them a bit more space to just come back.
Yeah, it's been pivotal so far. Trezzy now getting angles right, but as much as they go in for these exchanges, there's not going to be any form of confirmation onto securing the elimination because they could just easily revive off of each other. Speaking of which, good damage being done by Gerald, but now ITRX has to make this big call to really move out of this field. But 2-1-4 is also watching, and they are not going to let them off so easily. Just waiting for the right time. Kree, he's also needing to actually move further forward as this new circle is just slightly outside of mention, so they are going to go in, duking it out. Kree barely having any position, with Trezzy really putting them in the pinch, unable to also make that exit.
Both teams gatekeeping each other out of the circles. Both teams have to take this fight to be able to get inside as Kree falls. It's a great opening for the team. A lot of pre-fires coming from Trezzy as well. They haven't been able to fight him in the end. Some micro angles. Fine, done. Kree, down out. Wom, what are you going to do here? Alone, prone out. I think it's going to go for a slower approach. Play on the outside here. Prone, play alongside that blue zone. But you know who's going to be watching here? It's going to be Yango Galacticos. Not sure if they're super aware that Wom is around. Wom could potentially go for a backstab. One pickoff from Yango Galacticos. Force them into a 1v1 in the end. Could go huge. But right now, there's no space for Wom. He's in such a vulnerable position.
Yeah, the good news is that Yango Galacticos, they're more focused onto Team Max as well as KHI, now dropping that grenade to Wom. He's just got to crawl in very quietly. Well, Yango Galacticos, they've stayed stagnating for a little while longer.
That's
right through
crazy.
this compound, and those nades almost clipping fully onto Romeo, while the rest of KHI swarms right through. This is just great show of confidence coming in from the Filipino side as KHI looks to box out the rest of Yangon Galacticos slowly but surely.
This confidence is great, honestly, and mostly because their position is just so good here. Smile, cover, blown. Forced to move back, and here comes Wom, rushing with his life, and immediately Romeo hears the footsteps, rushes forward to play with his teammate here. Romeo is there. A shot to the face is all that he could do, and Wom cannot hold on for any longer. One elimination, but a 5th place finish, 2-1-4. They have done their job here. A top 4 ed with most teams fairly healthy. The only team that's a bit more low is Yango Galacticos, but they have been fairly quiet. They have a nice pace of patience as well, so they can just let the teams really force each other out when it comes to these fights.
Yeah, they're just really holding firm onto that position. They don't really have to do too much right now because the biggest opponent is going to be KHI that's been reigning supreme on the outskirts, and SG still having that tenacity to still hold firm. Now it's going to be a big exit looking from the side of Team Max, trying to actually swim right past all the other members of SG, while every party is going to be in this big corral fight. while the rest of SG tries to hold up against the rest of Erangel Galacticos. It is going to be a big pressure moment for the rest of Team Max, with Romeo on the last stand, securing one before he goes out for the top 4 exit.
The same could be said about SG right now, with one member barely alive, his teammate knocked out already here, and Jeriel cannot hold on. Aggression coming from many angles, but KHI, their northern side hold has just been too... The terrain, phenomenal, wide open areas in their hands, and Max forced out of the open, forced to accept their fate, and they're not going to be able to win this one. It's KHI to take this chicken dinner.
Beautiful stuff coming out of KHI, celebrating their first win here in the Grand Finals. Bagging one more for the Philippines. And like you said, all the other teams, they were just tunnel vision. Okay, match is going to be the end game. Sure, there's still a couple more shifts that kind of lean towards the outskirts, where KHI, like you said, dominant from North. They don't really have much of a contest up against the rest other than BG. And right after settling the scores, they just had this convincing passage as they could just sort of get sure. You saw that confidence up against YG. That itself is just proving that KHI know that this game is definitely within grasp.
Yeah, they didn't really have to do much if you think about it as well, in terms of rotations, in terms of fights. They only sent one player out to really scout around the area to get a feel of where everyone is. But for the most part, the Southern Circle was pretty much, you know, the only areas of control. They did have that one fight where they were able to steal away a kill or two from Erangel Galacticos, you know, crippling their team, putting them on the back foot. But other than that, we saw barely any presence of this team in a lot of fights as well. Forcing Max to deal with most of this team means that they're able to overcome, and that's exactly how they were able to overcome in the end as well. Because Team Max, forced out the open, has to move out of the compound. Meanwhile, KHI, they already have a terrain they've been holding on for almost the whole game.
True enough, and overall, they definitely never had to budge out of that area. So that being said, we'll take a look at the highlights again before we move on to the next one.
Here we go. We're starting to see that rise coming in from the teams on the lower side of the ladder, with KHI going for 21. And today entirely, I think a majority of the chicken eaters have been more aggressive, you know, netting over 10 eliminations toward the end of the game here, as SG couldn't even come close. 10-point differential coming in for this team. But still, despite the later rotation as well as the lower placement points, they still were able to come in 11. The rest of the team here fairly quiet on the lower end here. No points for GX, but the rest of the teams here, from RNG all the way up till, I would say, NB, 2 points and 1 point apiece each, which means that we're not going to see the biggest shifts for them in the ladder.
True enough, and today really is a story of comeuppance for those teams that did struggle back in day one and looking to really bounce all the way up. Started things off at the 10th position, and right now with this chicken dinner, it will move KHI into the top 7. Right now, up and running, up against the rest of the pack, chasing for the title as well. If KHI can secure a few rounds as such, I won't be too surprised if this is going to be a podium spot with a top 3. But top 1, they got to do a whole lot more. BG did manage to get placement points in order to secure the first 100-pointer in the tournament, so that is definitely a huge achievement for the side of BG. Erangel Galacticos is 6 points to also join in the triple-digit club. So look at all these big movements. Even Team Max significantly improved with their positioning as they move up to the top 9.
Yeah, Young Galacticos back in second place as well, and with only, I think, 6-point differential from the first place spot. It's getting very, very heated right now, as the slow start to BG's day means that a lot of teams on the second and third place could start to play catch up as well. KHI looking good right now, and most importantly, when you look at that, the whole overall ranking, especially from teams like Young Galacticos, right? I think when you compare them to the likes of, say, BG has been high in terms of eliminations at 62. Meanwhile, Young Galacticos at 41, but placements point wise, Yellow Galacticos is on the forefront. But for KHI right now, looking at them on this 7th place finish right now with 65 points, not too far away from that top 5 is number 1. Number 2, we start to see that advantage, that momentum perhaps might be able to come through when it comes to them as well. But the head-to-head is now here. We talked a lot about BG and Yellow Galacticos here, and interesting enough, when you look at BG and Yangon Galacticos, I said before as well, placements point wise, you can always rely on Yangon Galacticos to be able to get that top 4 ending. That's why they are the highest compared to most of the teams when it comes to those placement points. But meanwhile, for eliminations, that 21 points ahead of Yangon Galacticos paints a different story on what exactly the objective is for BG.
Yeah, BG absolutely loves to play super aggressive, and they are definitely getting the taps right and a perfect snap of those angles, and you too can do so with our dear partners Techno as our sponsors of the PMCL. So with the Camon 40 Premier 5G, you can do it all in great fashion as well. So make sure you guys check it all out before we move into our next matchups. And of course, there's even more to come, as Techno so far has been supporting us all the way. So of course, thank you so much to our dear partners for really hyping up this entire tournament circuit.
Oh yeah, for sure. When you look at the rest of the team as well, I think when you look at the rest of the teams today, or most importantly as well, we come back to that head-to-head with BG and Yangon Galacticos. I think it's such a different style of play, the means to an end. But putting a pause to that conversation, because we also have the PUBG Mobile X Shelby, collaboration going on as well. This is the Shelby American collab with the Shelby GT 500 and 427 Cobra. You have exclusive attachments and stunning colorways available from now until July 6th. So don't miss out, guys, because this is only around for a very limited time.
That's right, and this is also a collaboration that we have with Attack on Titan, where you can turn into the Titan or even be the Titan Slayers on those ODM gears to fly around the map. So make sure you check it out, as this is also going to be for a limited time only. So that being said, though, that's been some explosive matchups. There's been a long, grueling ride. Let's take a little bit of breathing space, as we'll come back after a commercial break, and we'll be here for more 3 more rounds left here in the PMCL Day 2.
shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast.
We're halfway there here in day 2, and we're moving into our final matchup of Erangel for tonight. As this could be our last round before we hit right into the Desert Dunes of Miramar. And right now, the top teams currently looking to find any form of rhythm, while it is the teams who are definitely looking really good in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, middle of the pack now rising to the top as well. It's just down to the teams at the top whether or not they can defend that title for the top side. It is a three-day tournament. You know, being able to stay consistent, making sure that you're able to healthily be able to sustain your run is something to look out for as well. Yago Galacticos, fairly okay day in terms of consistency. We haven't seen much from BG, but they are the first team to break that 3-digit number into this tournament as well. Let's see whether or not BG can survive this final Erangel tonight.
Another deep dive into the fields as we're taking a glimpse of a start coming in from the north point into the southern passage of the island. So it's fair for all in this form of exchange. So I'm kind of liking how straightforward this is onto how teams would be able to reach every single area that they would desire in essence. So I really do wonder, does this mean that it's going to be a neutral circle as well?
Yeah, I think throughout the entirety of today as well, a lot of the fights that have thrived were teams that were playing in the terrain on the other side. It wasn't really teams that had, you know, compounds early as well that was able to make it. I mean, some of the examples of teams that didn't really make it despite having early advantage in terms of compounds were TTQ. I think at one point even Max weren't able to fully convert that advantage into a win as well. So if anything, I think will it be a change and shift? Who knows? Because many of these teams have different styles and ways to approach these matches. But for me personally, in terms of success, I think teams that had the outer areas with terrains seem to find more value compared to those boxed inside of a compound.
True enough, and overall, perhaps teams would not want to fully commit into a certain compound yet again, and I don't think that there's many compounds to begin with this kind of circle that can end up in 70. There's also an off chance where it could go over the south side of Rosa and Yasnaya. So this is going to be a prime start for KHI. They can take the pick right now, starting off from the side of Stauber, but not much to be said about the rest of that. While BG is going to be holding from into Rozak to see where they could keep other teams from moving forward.
Interesting enough, GX is that first team into the Severny area, and I think it's great for them. Throughout the entirety of today, I think GX started to wake up. We see a lot of them, especially in our first Erangel. We haven't really seen more, but for them to be, I think there was one game they ended the match with 7 eliminations, fighting for their lives from the southern side of the Erangel map to the top. It just shows that in terms of firepower, that 4-way fight, they know how exactly to overcome and take advantage of this chaos. So I'm keeping a close eye on this team.
Yeah, and rightfully so, because when we take a look at the standings overall, GX, as much as they're 15, any point gained from here onwards, they could also leapfrog up against all the way up to 11th place against Goa with only 43. So it's absolutely doable. At any more chicken dinners that follow suit, they could easily breach into the top 10. So it's a tight race overall to the ones who aren't exactly at the top, while overall on the top portion, it definitely looks like it is still going to be a race between YG as well as BG, but also don't count out Sin Esports. Sin Esports, they had a stellar start with that chicken dinner inside of Sanok, and after that, as much as those Erangel rounds haven't been the best, I believe they're also very well versed in Miramar, so I will definitely look forward to what they could bring to the table. If they get a good run here, then it will set them up for success, where it will just be a smooth cruise sailing up against the rest. But YG, super consistent, like you said before. But for the rest of the field, like NX, I don't think it's been the best day for the NX for the past couple rounds. Hopefully, the change of scenario will do them justice.
I don't think they've even moved a lot when it comes to points as well for NX. I mean, they started the day in, I believe, like, I think it wasn't really on this top spot compared to BG. They just got comebacked as well entirely. It was rough for them if you think about it as well. And most importantly, when you see the end of the day yesterday in terms of points, NX was over on second at 71 points. We have gone to this is our fourth map already. NX is at 78. That means throughout the entirety of the day, they have only ended the game with only 7 points total, which means that they got knocked out early. They weren't able to get placement points and were able to only run away with at least 2 points per game as well. NX needs to find out a different way on how to approach these things. There are late rotations coming in for Nova Noye. Hasn't been giving them the dividends they wanted from what the success they had on day number 1.
I certainly agree, and perhaps we could even make a certain argument where day 1 those circles really benefited NX, and then right now when it does not benefit them, then they are struggling in terms of finding a spot into the zone. So that's it though. Those late wrap definitely needs to speed up for a little bit for them to find a better angle onto how they could actually play the late game, because they look super good when they do get some of all these great angles fighting inside the zone. So this is definitely looking to be very uncomfortable for the team. Not to say that they're out for the count as of yet, but if they let more chances slide, I'm afraid that BG as well as YG is just gonna leave them to bite the dust in that sense. Because right now, they need like maybe a big chicken dinner to really catch up.
They not even close that circle as well, all the way south side as well. When you think about it. Okay, coming into this particular match, I think for BG, I think fairly quiet day for them as well. But because they started off the day fairly ahead of the rest of the team, it gives them so much wiggle room. I wouldn't say that they were not having a lot of success either for BG, because I think they're on 100 points right now. They started off at 82. So, you know, there is still the elimination count that they have in hand, because in terms of eliminations, they started off the day with 48. They ended just now, I believe, with 60 something. So the body count that they had right now is actually really scary. To think about how many times they come in, not from late rotators, being able to pick up stragglers, winning and overwhelming teams, rotating into the circle as they are as well struggling, has to be studied, because somehow they managed to make it work in their favor. It's scary if you think about it. This team, a quiet day, knocked out fairly early, still managed to collect points before they go down. Wow.
Yeah, they always churn out those big, massive numbers into the form of elimination. So these guys are absolute fighters when you talk about those body counts. And right now, Lil Yatka as well as Godspeed, they are currently the top 2 Terminators of the field. So, of course, that's where respect is given on their firepower. While the rest of YG, they're a lot more tactical in essence, where in the form of firepower, they can match up to BG. If they do see any form of advantages. But then again, they are not just banking on chances where, okay, we just have to claw through teams. This is a team that loves to really play for those positions. For the past couple rounds, there's plenty of placement points gained by the rest of YG. Thinking of BG, however, they've already caught some glimpse of NB, hoping to rotate towards the corners of shooting range. And that was a massive shot! Perfectly connecting by Master Ichi, as he will be able to secure first blood in the match.
Just a first point coming in for BG. And you can always rely on them to be so aware of these things. Anything that moves, they are going to shoot. There's going to be a lot of pressure coming through as well. And when you cross by the peripherals of BG, you best be prepared to deal with the onslaught, or at least fight back. And in this situation, NB, they're keeping a close eye on the members of BG. And what is BG's answer? Send out Godspeed. Just really get a feel of where exactly everyone is moving around the map. Maybe get a kill or two. And it's just him alone making the space, individualistically want to go for these fights. Godspeed has been a big impact for this team compared to the rest. And, out of nowhere, most of these fights where you think it's not winnable for BG, Godspeed comes around, gets 2, and then suddenly the tables just turn.
Yeah, and, with the addition of Master Ichi into this Burmese Gold roster ever since the rest of Genesis Esports disbanded, he had definitely brought in some of those DNA coming in from the, of course, dominating run that they had back in GE. So the identity is kind of there, and this fully implemented, which is what I really do love about this roster of Burmese goals so far. Now, taking a look at the zone, it seems like it's moving very deep into the Stalber Hill, so a lot of teams, either they take that checkpoint into Yasnaya or take a pit stop around 70 before moving into the high elevated areas if they're going to be late. And for those who are there, well, we'll see how well will they be able to defend that spot, because there's a lot of different types of terrain that they have to really firmly hold against, while BG, like you said, goes in for the chase. Master Ichi wants more than just one, only dishing just about enough damage over onto Jappy to give him a little bit of warning as these teams are moving deeper towards the Stalber Hill.
That BG doesn't really want to, you know, go for this chase. They want to rotate, but they're not really fully committing to these fights either. They're understanding that a lot of teams would just make a beeline into the circle instead of going into these four-way fights. We have teams like BG who want teams to rally their calls for a fight, go for a 4v4, but no one yet. With PBMS coming in from the back foot, I think for BG, understanding that more rotators are coming through, they're going to try and go toward Saverni side and play with the terrain instead of putting themselves out there in the open. I wouldn't be surprised if some stragglers were to fall here. Might be Osja, might be PBMS. Hell, it could even be GG for this late rotation northern side.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. I mean, there's just ample of space. As much as there is that intersection on the river, I don't think it plays too much significance because all these teams who have already rotated up north can just play through the lands. And I think that if there's going to be any fight, it is that intersection in between. This is Stalber as well as Yasnaya, because all these teams looking to move upwards will have to fight around those small little compounds in order to find any form of spacing. And PBMS, what's going to be their call right now, because they have to make their way past a couple of teams like BG. They can still opt for the bridge, move back into Yasnaya, and just see if there's going to be any off chance that they could still go in for the wider wraparound, while the rest of Asia secures themselves that spot right over onto the corner of 70 here. As a little bit of a checkpoint, but I don't think that they're going to be staying for far too long. Asia, they don't really see too much of a target. The coast is clear for them to propel forward.
Can take their time, and in fact, I think it's good that they're doing taking their time. I think they probably caught wind of VG's just now, you know, going toe to toe for a little bit with PBMS. They heard the sounds and they're like, okay, just now we were getting picked off fairly early. We lost 2 members in the mid of rotation. I think for us is to let people go through there and refill that space left behind. VG is just really kind of floating around that western side of the circle, making sure that anyone crossing will be caught. That's why they've really positioned themselves on the side of the road as well. And most importantly, this circle is still very much favoring them. They are still very prepped and primed to be the team to pick off players rotating in from that western side. As Yago Galacticos this time around, we saw this 2-2 formation in the previous map between two different compounds they were holding, and it didn't really work out too well for them. I'm wondering what the adjustment will be for them this game, excuse me.
Yeah, this time around, I do love the position, but it either can go very well or very bad, because a lot of teams will be circling into that area to try to take claim of that spot. Speaking of taking claims, GX now pushing forward, finding NBX immediately, and just swings around. Not quite enough to take him down just yet, but it has perfectly covered by Isaiah's in order to secure the save onto the rest of the members. GOA also wants in for a little bit of bad blood between them as well as GX, as they have been able to settle scores against MB. This is one that they will have to quickly reset, and those nades just about enough to be able to flush them off of that position for them to play on the lower ground instead.
Northern side here is, I wouldn't say the most convoluted right now, but it is definitely a very annoying terrain to work with. You go up the northern side, you go up on the top side of Stalber, getting off of it inside of the circle is wide open area. There is a bit of tree line to work with, some cover here and there, but still not a lot of space to work with as well. Austria this time around, Deco nearly gets clipped, and immediately as one member goes down, you have Top rushing forward to refill the space so his teammate is able to reset. But GG has other things in mind. They want to move a bit more closer, get that feel, get that idea, that intel on where exactly the crossfires are coming from. So that's why they're not really fully trying to invest themselves into this fight.
Yeah, and they also do have Austria coming very closely from behind on that late rotation, so this is a little too risky for them to fully go in for the dive into the zone just yet. Asha now making their way across and bumps right into the members of 214. Quickly takes down Kree and continues their journey forward. Still having to work against Lion, and that is Nang X. Kind of swerving a little too far past that member. Well, they will still be able to out-trade the rest of 214, leaving with only 2 more. Same could be said about Asha Esports. 2 versus 2, a fair fight. But Moem, is he going to be able to actually seal the deal up against top as he goes in for the chase? Damage being done. He's 1 HP from falling through, and this is where Fern comes in to cover the back, and that's how they win out the trade.
Absolutely disgusting. Call the ambulance, but not for me, man. 1v2 isolated fights, he does it all. And most importantly as well, Ozja, we thought that they were in trouble. We thought that they had no awareness that it's going to be a late rotator coming through, and they were on the back foot about to get overwhelmed, because just now they were looking at GG. GG didn't want to take a fight. GG, in fact, rotated northern side here. They thought they had that space, but little did they know 214 was going to try and completely obliterate them. And in this whole process, they were able to win out that fight, but at the cost of 2 of their members.
Yeah, it was a big shift over the zone, and right now all these teams are scrambling for that space. More and more teams trying to descend the corners of Mount Stabber, GOA, over on the upper hand, as they are slowly getting withered down by blanks. The great line of sight, as they have 2 more members right around those corners for them to really seek out. The rest of K-Shot barely has enough cover, but they are going to trade right back. Damage being done over onto the member of GOA, while Ngapek has to actually fend off all alone. But those angles are great for GOA to go in for the trades, but it's S for who that goes down on his knees instead.
Zyle nearly pays for his life there in that corner. Thankfully for him, the smokes will give him some form of respite, but the spray is coming out from Ngapek Yao, a bit lethal, not able to hold, but GX still putting him pressure. Somehow, Goa, still alive, running around for his life, gets clipped, and GX are going to collapse. I says he has an idea where he is right now, and Coca-Cola is going to react off the information, throw out the util and the nades, try to go aggressive, but not able to do so because RNG as well is putting in their own pressure, fighting for their lives, trying to get some control of this terrain to be able to make it into that south side circle.
Great to actually see RNG playing a little bit more aggressive, as they are just hoping to zone out these teams from cutting right through. KHI now finding back. Well, this is going to be the rest of GX, just appearing right over on the top, finding the angles right, gets the clip done, and still 3 members rushing forward, and the rest of RNG slowly wearing them down. Nero has to pull off a massive defense. It's going to Zin, been brought down with a huge bang as well, while Range goes into close in the distance. While he coasts up that grenade, his member is getting clipped. He's trying to stop that revive from happening, and this could be the perfect massive toss, getting the knock once again. Coca-Cola super low, but he cannot actually go in for the save just yet.
Somehow, I'm quite surprised that he's able to just juke that, barely surviving, because it was almost a direct hit onto him as well. His teammate's going to move toward him, but time is ticking. Not on his side, and RNG, they were very ready. They've picked up 1, 2 more to worry about, and now here comes the blue. Coca-Cola taking his time to pick up, not able to do so. Coca-Cola fairly healthy right now in terms of health, and RNG looking to go for a manhunt. Isis alone, that nade might just hit him, but that shot coming in from Say Cloud on the other end is gonna give dividends. Isis cannot hold, Range as well, and GX, they trade blow for blow here, but GX is the one on the back foot to fall. As RNG, they almost get away with it, but Say Cloud, his long prolonged mark, holding on to that one angle, stole away 2 to 3 kills during that time.
Wow, that was massive in the exchanges, but it was so unfortunate for RNG. They were hoping to at least make the cutout, but YG has got their plans all stopped right there and then. Now, continuing on to their current spree, YG with 3 as they get another one in the back. I believe that was a good knock over onto the course field, and ITER X getting more involved in this skirmish on the outskirts of Yasna Polyana. There's about 4 teams right now inside Yasnaya, and potentially it will not end up here as well. So this is definitely going to be a tough cut for whoever needs to sprint out of the city, while those over the hillside will carry on with whatever diligent moves that they do have. Moek all alone now, and in between those members of YG. Tries to trade, he finds a Cloud, and now that he makes his presence felt, this might actually be a tough one for him to actually wiggle out of.
Yeah, the blue zone coming as well. No space, forced to climb up a terrain and then wide open areas as well. Oh man, I honestly do not have an answer on how exactly he can navigate through this fight. Taking his time here as the rest of Young Galacticos don't even seem perturbed. I think if anything right now, they want to be not only just be able to gatekeep that area, but also buy enough time to play on this high ground terrain, keep as much distance as they can away from the southern side of the area here. But Moe tries to steal away a kill. He strikes, Luki falls, but Young Galacticos wants to go for the steal, finds Kaya. Kaya sprinting away with his life. Luki is still not done quite yet. And despite everything, despite Moek's, efforts, Young Galacticos runs away with both the points. Nothing gained from NB.
Well, they're the absolute opportunists over in Essence, and it's just so tough for the side of Moet as he's just over on the corner, no vehicles to even run his way through. Couldn't even secure that point, so as much as he's been super aggressive, there's just no way out for him, so I believe that is just going to be the final call. Gets tagged out, and that's one more point added to the tally for the side of YG. As the battle continues, SG now pit right underneath these tough terrains as they have to use their vehicles as a temporary cover for the meantime. YG closing in on them as well, so this is definitely going to be a tough ordeal as SG kind of need to descend even further, but they're kind of bunched up between these members of YG, kind of locking them into that area as well. So I don't see a chance for them to go out of this terrain unless if they fight back against YG.
YG has a nice high angle. The later rotation into the circle was fully just so that they could be able to take advantage of this high ground. And they're doing exactly just that. They're gonna try and choke from multiple angles. In fact, they know they've got a knockdown as well. Minor close by in the nades as well, cooking the nades inside of the smokes. A jump from Mernat Boy keeps him somewhat healthy for the time being, but they're just gonna lob it forward. Minor falls. MM answers back here. The other members from Young Galacticos holding on to the high ground to be able to keep themselves fairly healthy. I'm surprised that none of the members of Young Galacticos did get knocked out quite yet because Smile is just really, really low right now. Bernard Boy will be the one to be challenged next, and it's not from SG. It's Sin watching from the further end of the right side of that circle.
And this might just be the saving grace for the rest of SG to also answer back right now as they close into this. Master Smile tries to push forward. Even Cool wants to get involved from the high ground terrains. Romeo gets knocked down. All down to Smile right now. Over-aggression coming from YG has kind of costed them a whole lot. Lucy will be knocked down as well, so this is the time for Sin Esports to take over.
This layers of, I would say, defense coming in from this long-range pickoffs from Say Cloud has managed to prolong Young Galacticos in the game, but they're not able to hold on, gonna get fully eliminated, and even then, Say Cloud, you thought that he's all far away, could be able to survive? No. The crossfires from many different teams finds him in the end, and SG now is the one being gate-kept out, despite them being closer to that circle. Sin, the late rotation coming in, that high ground that was left behind by Young Galacticos, fully utilized by them. Gerald is knocked down. MM barely alive. And for Sin, we have a tree line to cover us. We can go for a reset. We have a teammate rotating toward us from the far end, taking up space to allow ourselves to go and safely reset. So SG as well will be eliminated. This northern side terrain has been such a pain in the butt for many teams to move around on.
Yeah, now that Sin Esports have been able to clear that vicinity, they have that free space all to themselves, and credit where credit is due, SG pulled up a very solid defense, but it was just too tough when you are pitted between two of these teams out there, and Sin Esports definitely have all the resources possible to really close out that fight. As we carry on forward, there's still so many of all these teams over on the south side of Yasnaya. BG one of them, and they really have to find a way to make the cut out of the city. At least they don't really have to deal with Yangon still being in the game. Right now, they will still be able to hold on the lead for the moment. The rest of PBMS holding that direction, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be an easy task for the rest of Burmese Goals to even step out of the city.
BG just waiting their time, biding this time around. No full aggression seen. This urban warfare makes it hard for anyone to step out of the compound. You don't know who you're fighting. You don't know whose crosshair is crossing who at this point. That idea, or the lack of information rather, from players tucked inside of building is keeping everyone at bay. The only thing that will displace these players is that blue.
True enough. And Sydney Esports right now can dictate who gets to step out of the city or otherwise. Nexus Vanguards finally get a little bit more of that space to eventually cut by the edges over on the course of the lake, but even so, they're met with a little bit more of the retaliation coming from the rest of Sin Esports, trying to suppress them with whatever damage they can do on that AUG rank hit so far. Marking onto them, still soaking all the damage. Trezzy now gets involved at the very same time, so Sin Esports needs to find a little bit more cover before they recommit into any form of battle between the two. Team Max, they're feeling rather confident because as much as they're within City, they're on an unchallenged side, easy to actually exit out of it at the very same time. So they have just about enough utils to even form a beeline out of this if they want to, which is why they're focusing all their attention over onto those up north.
A lot of pressure coming in from Max as well. Nice formation, leaving one member just out on the eastern side. Let's see if the circle shifts that way. Not enough. But it's still enough for him to reposition. It's still enough for him to do a crossfire here. And NX is just barely surviving. We talked about how this team was barely able to survive in the game in terms of placement points, in terms of elimination. This time around, I think this is one of their deepest runs to date so far, as TTQ looking to gatekeep anyone from the northern side to be getting into the area. That high ground terrain is not favoring anyone because it's not a high, incline either. It's just a straight open area with an incline at the very end, which means it's a wide open area for anyone just completely spray. And now Rankit falls. That nade coming in from NX is lethal. I'm not sure if Rankit can survive this.
Yeah, I don't think he will be able to be part of the cut right now. And for that very reason, that these two teams are not anywhere close to the zone. They just want to fight their way out, at least secure a few more points. But for the rest of the members of Nexus Vanguards, they try to bail out to also regroup within the city. And this is just not going to cut it. Super Loki did try, but there's just too much of a crowd. And Nexus Vanguards, they only walk away with 2 points. Now, another full send coming from Sin Esports. They're going to look for the tower. It's going to be clear for them. Cool does not survive the onslaught, however, as TTQ as well as PBMS worked in tandem in order to slowly wither them down. And the battle continues. It is the teams that are in this now that has the last laugh.
Max, what are you gonna do here? You have one player on the outer side, which is massive. He just bide his time, wait for his teammates to strike as everyone tries to collapse the compound. He can go for a long-range pickoff, just provide a bit more added layer when it comes to their aggression. But BG is not slowing it down at all. They have Godspeed on the outer side, not shy at all to reveal his position. PBMS not even responding to that at all. A leader rotation doesn't matter. It's for them right now is just to be able to at least safely be inside of the safer zone, be able to survive, and then slowly overcome. Because TTQ now in trouble, Max looking to over-aggress, and BG, that's fine. We'll play from the inside. But for Scotty, he's not gonna hold on.
Scotty just limping over on the course, while Trezzy right now on top of the roof can actually dictate the entire feel of this area of the urban terrains, while Zuki gets another catch having Pretzel taken out as well, now hunting out for those members of Burmese Goals. A very tricky scenario as these guys are forced to hug those corners of the walls. Ranan now on the grenade. If he could get this right, at least he could relieve that pressure point over onto the northern section. And Team Max so far playing this to a T. The rest of TDQ, however, they gotta take a focus whether if it's against BG or the rest of Team Max, as they are currently sandwiched in between. Now Yu does actually find that pick up against Godspeed. This is gonna be pretty huge, and it's gonna be hard for BG to fully recover from this because the zone is already closing in within a minute's time.
Nice toss of that nade. Easily finds the Yatka here. An unknown immediately rushes out to refill that space. But Zuki was watching him for God knows how long. And Godspeed will be taken away by the zone. So BG, not going to be the easiest for them to survive to the end here as Unknown finally falls to his knees. It's gonna be another team, PPMS, looking real good. We had a lot of conversations about this team, about their aggression, about their survivability, and this time around, they seem to have found the right balance of survivability and aggression, but unfortunately for them, their positioning will not be favoring them. The circle pushing toward them, forcing them out in the open, and teams inside of the circle safer like Team Max as well as TTQ will be able to fully take advantage of their crossing.
And take a look at this, Tash. This could potentially be a 2 back-to-back win for TTQ if they play their cards right, but it's looking rather unlikely because the positional advantage is a little too much coming from Team Max. They are smart enough to take the rooftops, and that is what seals the deal. You with a grab grenade, and all that there is left is Zuki, as he's also getting bombarded. He's only left with a slither of health while they are slowly getting cleared up, and they know where exactly he's hiding. They want the final point, but he will deny it, and this will be 2 chicken dinners in a row for TTQ.
What the heck is going on here? Max taking that game? This is crazy if you think about it. How on earth were they able to do that? Well, it's so easy. They played their own game, surviving inside of their compound, being able to just overcome in the end. Positioning is key. Don't have to go too aggressive, but if anything, I think today is a more aggressive day for them. Max, this is the rise of your team.
Yeah, I got my mind all boggled up. I mean, those angles were sublime. Team Max, they secured this massive win because of the control that they had over on the battlefield, where you saw that split over onto the north side really forces the rest of BG to be stalled up there, as they could not even move any further, even up against the rest of PBMS. So that was just great calls coming in from all the members of Team Max, securing themselves a big win here for Cambodia.
What's really great about this particular game is that it says a lot about each team, each player, and their play styles. Yu has been phenomenal, especially when it comes to knockdowns, because he's been playing this nice off angles. I think throughout the entirety of these 2 days, we saw a lot of his presence in the kill feed, because from either a compound or on the outer side, these micro angles, he knows how to fully utilize them, and his shots are very disgusting in a way that as soon as he sees you, that micro angle, a pixel out of place, he shoots at you, he sprays, you're knocked down, you cannot do anything about it. Let's have a look at the best moments here from Max and talk about it more after this. Okay,
Team
here we
Max.
go. Match. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Contra.
So sorry about that. I mean, this was Max's first win, bringing the first chicken dinner for Cambodia. Definitely a mass, as they're looking to find their rhythm once again, climbing their way through, finding that double chicken dinner away from the members of TTQ.
Honestly, teams are very similar when it comes to stay, especially when they are playing from that compound. Interesting, it's showed a little bit more aggression coming into circle. I think what's important is to talk about, I think I mentioned it before, before the highlights as well, on what you can offer as a player in terms of putting in, well as his long range pickoffs as well. Now, coming into the half here, NX still hasn't found an answer that we thought a deeper run for them. Yes, it has been enough for them, but with only 2 eliminations and 2 placement points, is not enough to really sustain. They are just sliding down the rankings here as TTQ finally overcome tying the score at 80. Eliminations-wise, TTQ look a lot better today compared to yesterday. We talked a lot about how TTQ is too passive. Well, I think it's the same thought that they had as well, and decided to kick it up a much. It feels like this team is feeling hot right now. They're on a momentum, and they looked very confident when it comes to approaching these 4v4 fights.
Yeah, they're really capitalizing on this situation where NX, they're not really having any form of presence in this match, and they have been really climbing up the ranks with a chicken dinner and then a top 2 finish to actually seal the deal. And Team Max with this chicken dinner are also closing in at that number 6 spot as well. So Team Max, I think they're also running into the finish line here to secure a podium spot for themselves, whether it's the top 3 or maybe even eventually challenging BG if they were ever to slip up. That's a massive 7-quarter run for them, and 8 coming in for the side of TQ. And in this matchup, we see a lot of these teams to be able to walk away at 4 to 5 eliminations, which see a lot more involvement as compared to some prior rounds of Erangel. So that's a great notion because they got to prepare themselves for even more after this. Moving into Miramar, they gotta sharpen their guns, and you so far dropped that grand grenade to really cause a stir up against TTQ.
When it comes to firepower, you don't look at it more than just the guns. I think it's also those throwables, right? I think, you made a great point about that nade as well. In many, many situations, he's able to open up a lot of these defenses that other teams has set for them just by one singular nade. He's really good at those. He's really good at managing resources as well. And another thing to talk about here for you, if he's able to break those defenses, whether it be with a nade or even with, a nice spray, the team just collapses, and that is where I think Max really thrives. Regardless, this is a great match. I think we are not seeing one team fully dominate the map. Miramar might be a different story. BG, are you guys coming back online?
I think you should have enough time. Go ahead. If anything, I will be here. All good. Sama-sama. 2 more maps remaining for day 2, and it's crunch time for all the teams on board here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. With the battle won by Team Max right now, they're sitting very closely within touching distance to the top 5, where they will continue to pile on the pressure against the teams above them.
Yeah. Coming into this next match is going to be interesting, especially since we know that BG did go online yesterday to work these last 2 maps as well. It should be a whole different story on how exactly this map is going to go. I predict it's going to be a very slow one yesterday. Surprisingly enough, the beginning of the map, we didn't see a lot of stragglers or pickoffs either. So could it be a change in pace today? Maybe, especially since a lot of teams are starting to understand the drop spots and how each teams are playing. But at the very least right now, it is a battle for that top spot, especially as Erangel Galacticos is chasing, especially since BG might come online. So let's see who comes up on top.
Tash, we talked about Burmese goals and their late activation on yesterday's run. Today, they may not have to worry too much of that because we saw that slum coming in from Nexus Vanguard. Erangel Galacticos is trying to catch up. So whether will they have such a smooth cruise in the map of Miramar, we'll have to see if people will put a dent up against the current leaders of the field, as we have this flight path starting off from El Azhar headed into Minazil Sur as well as prison. So likely than not, we'll definitely get those usual drop spot locations for a majority of the teams out there. The first one out in the field is for GXC to be playing it very safely through Cruz de Val as well as Campo Militar with a very wide spread. Well, look at the last time, it was truck stop for BG, and this time they're going to switch things up a little bit to be taking the center full. I believe they're flowing towards the direction of Power Grid or Picado.
More interested to see whether or not we're going to have this early urban fight as well. I mean, I know there's a lot of space here on this map, especially since we're only left with like 16 teams only toward the end here, right? So with these opening areas, there we go, looking toward Los Leones, usually we have one team dropping there, Max dropping off first. I think that KHI might just want to forego that as well. And as the rest of Erangel Galacticos, they're gonna go a pivot there. I think they were trying to drop toward either the most southern side of the area where NB was, but now since the circle has shifted toward the centralized side, I think they're gonna try and shift and maybe move their attention toward the southern side of La Dilera.
Sure enough, and this is definitely going to be very interesting on how this one plays out. TTQ started off really slowly on day 1. Day 2 has been their prime form so far, securing one of the chicken dinners for today. Almost clinching another one on that past run. They did settle for second, which is now their chance to also look for certain opportunities up against Sin Esports first and foremost. Erangel Galacticos in that last round have also joined in the triple-digit club. So look at some of the stats. Definitely super massive work coming from both you as well as Coronai out of Team Max.
It could be said about Sin as well. Today, I would say their presence in today's game has been great, opening it up with the chicken dinner and also being able to, I would say, consistently be able to bring forward points. It's rare to see this team go out early. At least I don't think so. I don't think that we saw them actually go out early today as well. And even if they did get clipped by 2 members, they still managed to bring like at least 3 to 4 points before they go down as well, prolonging their survivability in these maps despite being on that back foot. I think a lot of teams need to pay attention to Sin, especially since they were, I would say, they were one of those teams that you don't really pay attention to in the group stages.
True enough, and right now, I guess that kind of gives them a lot of the edge where all these teams are focused on the top guns. They were focusing on so many different things, and they get to play their own game in essence, and that's how they've been able to, you know, fully focus onto what really could they actually pull up. And even from yesterday's run for Sin Esports, I believe the last time we saw them, they did manage to secure plenty of elimination points, so we would expect them to also play super aggressively through the terrains. NB, however, bottom of the barrel, I think they've definitely tried very different instances. Even from that last round where we saw them trying to form up a certain fight up the hillside around Stauber, it wasn't exactly the cleanest. They faltered really early on, and right now, I could argue that it could be too little too late. I mean, we've got a total of 7 games. Unless if Henby wins out at least more than half of it, then we are talking about a certain final.
So you want them to go nuclear, right?
Yeah, like go full kaboom if you can.
I mean, why not? It's a battle royale. Anything can happen. But honestly, in terms of firepower and style of play, I don't think they can match up right now unless they have like a big shift in play style, which honestly, it goes against, style. Characteristic wise, it goes against how they play or how they usually are, at least in this stage of the league.
Yeah, and I definitely understand the circumstances in that essence where every team have their own limitation. The fact of the matter is that certain teams are playing true around that limitation as well in order to get that edge. And we're seeing SG, one of the teams that did perform outstandingly in Miramar, once again playing super aggressive, looking for those pickoffs early on top of Power Grid.
At least BG, we're starting to see them activate. We were just talking about how they are going to be in this particular map, and lo and behold, early game, a jump shot to come through from Unknown, and he's gonna do it again! But this time around, 2-4 was very much ready for it, but it is coming layers. Lilian Ka going aggressive, going nuclear forward here, and challenging WOEM in this phase, and they completely obliterate 2-1-4. What the heck is that? You have your first contact play, Unknown falls, and another rabbit comes to join you in the end. It's just been a jack in the backs moment for this team. It's scary if you think about it.
I've never seen so many bunnies in the desert, dude, and that was pretty exciting to watch, right? They were just really looking for the jump shots, and it was kind of unfortunate for some of the members of 2-1-4 Akira to really bump in so early in such a close quarter as well, where you're going up against BG, you gotta respect their firepower in essence, so perhaps they didn't really have any form of utils to really toss, or else that could be a big game changer in those fights, while Miner stalking on top of 3 or 4 members of GG. I don't think he can get much done, but if he calls for his teammates, maybe something can be cooked right here.
It could be. But I think there's always that risk, right? When you go for these fights fairly early without enough information or an idea on who exactly is going to be around. If you could just have a look at the big feed right now, I'm not sure if production will be showing it soon, is that the area where toward Power Grid is so packed right now. You have BG on the northern side of San Martin. Toward the eastern side on the lower ground is Sin. Toward the southern side, we have SG in a 2-2 formation on the western and also eastern side. And NX has just rotated into that area as well. So these long-range fights, even if you were to go for a 4v4 into those compounds, there's always going to be a sniper somewhere stealing away points. And it's been, I think, the case yesterday as well. So that's why a lot of teams are very hesitant right now, because of the lack of info and because of how much space that has not or has been filled that they cannot seem to confirm.
Yeah, true enough. And you did speak about snipers, right? I think majority of all these players, they still like to stick to their assault rifles, sometimes the DBS or even the SMGs. And one thing particular about this region is that they're not too enticed on picking up those Mini 14s, those SKS, those DMR category, or even like the Car 98Ks, which can actually be very potent on those long range shots when you're playing.
You're right. They prefer the 4x scopes. they don't wanna. But even then, right? Despite only having a 4x on this map, their sprays and bullet drops, they can really tell how exactly to spray. That's why it's so scary.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. All these pro players, they've trained years after years in order to be able to have this form of output that these ARs kind of sometimes look like they're snipers with a lot more shells to offer at the very same time, which understandably so. They would rather get something more reliable in the form of those exchanges, even in close range. Now, it is a big shift onto the open fields of Minas Generales, and take a look at this. This is a rare occasion where Minas Generales is fully wide in the open. I believe it was Sid Esports that started off there, and thankfully they have not really moved too far off, as they're also taking a good choke point around the graveyard, so they're expecting a lot of teams to be moving towards the direction, and this is definitely going to be a big time for them to look for those catches, just like how Miner has been locking onto this target. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to capitalize on this high ground.
They were waiting for GG for quite some time. They were hunkered down. It was a little bit of a too close angle to work with. So they were trying to capitalize off those rotators. You know, get one knockdown and then immediately steal away a kill before a team could, you know, could kind of collapse and play off each other as well. But this time around, I think because of how far away he was from the rest of the team, it's harder to track bullets compared to, you know, playing a little bit more close. But this circle shift as well is not doing anyone any favors. Most of the rotators will be coming in from western side. There is that one rotating team coming in from the eastern side, which is KHI. And I think this is a great idea coming in from KHI because they're going to be able to find a lot of value of that open area on the right side of the map. But for GG this time around, we talked about how they were able to get away from SG safely. Nah, not going to be for a while now because Max is still bringing in that heat, that momentum for the last map. And there's not stopping the aggression.
Yeah, loving what ITerX has been offering on the table, as this player so far has been the veteran that's played in so many different iterations of team. That nade is perfect! What an angle! He calculated the bounce and he got it all secured. Absolutely crazy.
Oh, that's rough. And it was a ways away as well. That terrain just pulled everything into his favor here. And despite the other teams shooting back toward Max, there's like, that's fine. Shoot toward us. We have a lot of space to work with southern side here. We don't have to over-aggress. And hell, Goa, you're the one on the outer side of that circle. We can still have the advantage of being closer to the circle. But at the same time, since they are keeping Goa out of the area, they still have to keep a lookout onto SG. They are also another team that's stationed there toward Graveyard that hasn't moved for quite yet.
Yeah, if Max wants to, they could still find a trail to move into the zone when it's still available right now, because SG, they also have to deal with some of the members of RNG at the very same time. As much as Max wants to go in for a third party, maybe they just need to send one member deeper into the field. BG, however, they don't really have to move too much. They started off on the quarters of St. Martin as well as Hacienda there. They're just going to be holding firm onto this location. But they are surrounded by some members of Asia as well as a little further up north, it is Yangon Galactico, so BG's got to prepare for that. What I really do like about Max so far, all the members were really looking for some opportunities so early on to this matchup that we didn't really have to wait more than 10 minutes as compared to yesterday's run. So far, massive improvements already coming from all the teams out there.
More aggressive as well as this is a very, very annoying shift in the circle. Pulled all the way to the right and now it's pulling to the left. It's really hard to pinpoint. But at the very least here, KHI, their long rotation will be rewarded. They are safely inside of the circle, has a lot of control in terms of the terrain as well as the compound on the right side. So they don't have to worry too much about, moving around quite yet. And meanwhile, for Yangon Galacticos here on Hacienda del Patron, they don't have to move at all. They have a terrain as well. They can keep a close eye onto the likes of BG. Hell, they could even stop their run to be in that first place spot right now, based on their location.
True enough, and overall, they are just unwilling to give out that position for the moment, so they could just stand firm until they get further confirmation onto the upcoming zone, while RNG getting himself a catch-up run to MMM and does actually make a run for it. Does manage to reach the spot of the hill. Now Rage might just be in deep trouble with the rest of the rival of SG. Also getting shot from the back as well. There's just no escaping whatsoever with Jappy holding him down from right down under.
Sprays are good here from RNG and fully taking control of the situation, stopping SG in their tracks. Usually it's SG. They are terrorizing many of these teams. But this time around, RNG has decided to take fate into their own hands and drive the wheel of destiny in their own favor here. This high ground will not be favoring Renatan, but his teammates, the amount of control they have from the further side as well, will be paying dividends. Keeps Lucy at bay, and that nade will go a bit more wide, but it's enough. Lucy has taken a lot of damage, and Nathan, right smack dab in his face, will unleash the full fury. And SG knocked down at 14 with only one elimination means a halt in their aggression today.
Yeah, just loving the positioning coming out of all the members of RNG. Jipna as well coming in with a flank angle, so this is just a great place to really funnel those party. SG kind of overheated right there on what they really want to do up against that player that was giving them a little bit of that problem. And now coast is clear for RNG to really firm up that journey from the south side with that long exchange. Now the rest of GOA arriving towards the crosshair of K-Shot. He's got the M249 unleashing plenty of bullets. That reload's going to take forever. He doesn't really have to press that button, but he definitely wants to ensure that he can buy as much time as possible until backup arrives. But right now, none to be seen whatsoever. GOA gets to make that way pass. Well, NB, they played it safe, but they're drawing it really closely in between Yangon Galacticos and TTQ.
Interesting enough, when it comes to many of these fights as well, you thought that the right side of the circle would be at least a little bit more empty. No, this shift to the left means that every team that were on the right who thought they were safe are forced to come closer as well. If anything, right now, Yangon Galacticos is the only team with the advantage in hand. I'm not too sure if any team is going to actually go out of their way to really, I would say, contest them for that spot, because they have to climb up a terrain. They have to deal with these players that are inside of the compounds as well. It's easier for them to stay on the lower side, take these fights, maybe like right now, watching toward teams here like Austria and even Goa on the right side, try and contest for a bigger area of play. Now, S4 is rendered solo, but the rest of Goa have decided to collapse together as a team. Get one knock forward, try to overcome. S4 managing to heal up here right now, and he just backs off.
So down to S4 right now. He's only got one tap on those shotgun shells, and he's going to look for those angles, putting a little pressure over onto the members of Aja Esports as that nade falls through. Rex does actually secure a knock. This opens up the floodgates right through. And they're just denied that space with a Molotov for the meantime. But it's going to be a big nade that gets soaked by S4.
Those nades are coming. Goa in a very dire situation. Dubdico close, relaying information as well as Rex 18. You have no clue where to go, how close exactly the members of Austria are. Gonna be able to just silently be able to pick up his teammates right between their noses. These smokes have been set up to perfection as well, but that nade thrown out is just so perfect. It just stops them in their tracks. Austria is able to survive a while longer and still get away with murder.
Yeah, that was sublime. They have been known as the kings of nades in the past, and now proving it once more. Cage now arrives through the back of PBMS. Those nades looking pretty good, doing some big chip damage over onto Migs as they look to draw it to a close. Pretzel now over onto the push as Ramen also comes in for the backup. Very clean takes. PBMS did not even break a sweat.
Oh man, that was the team just now that was able to come into the circle fairly safely, and whatever advantage they had now gone. Austria, you thought that they were able to get out of this alive, be able to just celebrate their small success for the time being. No, because Sin has decided to join in as well and try to deny them that chance to go for a full reset. But I think timing was a bit off here because Austria has managed to top out their life almost to full one more time. They've set up some smokes as well to keep the rest at bay, and we move over to the other side of Hacienda del Patron, where these two teams are fighting for a shot to get into that circle, but it's not going to be the easiest. The high ground, low ground, both teams are in a very vulnerable position.
Yeah, it's a lot of open space in between. They might actually get shot at any given moment, and there's not much of a vehicle option for some of these members of GX. Oh, a very tough ordeal at the moment, as they will still have to actually make a run for it by hook or by crook, with the rest of PBMS also trying to relocate. They're going for the haystacks instead. They don't want to commit into those compounds because they know for a fact all these places have been claimed, or at least the vast majority of it. But Sin Esports is soaking too much of the damage as Aja, after winning out that trade, they're rallying on for more. Feeling a little bit more confident, Rankit tries to draw a line between them, and these nades will drop perfectly towards Cole, so there's not going to be any chance for any form of revival. Only two members left for side of Sin Esports. Did they bite more than they could chew? Perhaps so, but they were trying to force their way into the zone because this is close to the center as it gets. Asia so far looking absolutely solid. They don't really have to force a rush, but if they really have to, Sin Esports will still need to really call shots right now. Nero getting caught out. Scotty out in the open field, all alone. 1 versus 1 right now through the haystacks. And where is the jump shot? None to be found, as he will falter to the ground.
Pretzel will be the last one alive, I think, for the time being here. So he's just gonna go straight into the blue and find a different way into the circle. A fairly safer, more quiet option would be best for him as well. But his car is currently, you know, on fire right now. Gonna come close to where Sin is. And interestingly enough, right now for Sin, you thought that they were the one on the upper hand when it comes to these fights, when it comes to these takes as well. Oh my god! Straight out of the lion's den and straight into a tiger's mouth. What are you gonna do here? Was not aware at all that Ozja was close, and Sin is gonna take full control of that situation, take control of the idea that there is another person close, and they're gonna try and take up that space. But Ozja's not done here. Despite that one knock, Ozja rallies back. They are going to go and take this fight head on.
Damage done towards EMAS. This is just a perfect push. Angle coming for Furry as he will be able to steer clear away from danger. Now he's only down to Rankin. Can he hold on for the side of Sin? He gets the knock done, and it will be a full shutdown coming in from Asha with 2 clean takes on 2 different enemies.
Sin was not anticipating that push coming in here for Ozja. You had one player from PBMS go aggressive and jump in. They saw one member get knocked down. They're like, okay, now is the time for us to get aggressive here. And hoping that Ozja would be too preoccupied. But what they didn't expect was the other 2 members to rush up forward to be that first contact play, allow the other 2 in the back to heal. But, you know, not knowing or not anticipating this push, it was honestly the bane, the thorn in their side. They weren't able to hold on, and they just completely get obliterated. This is Sin getting the winds knocked out of their sails for the first time today.
Yeah, a little rather unfortunate. I felt like they were banking on hopes that small little exchange that they had against that one solo target is going to be prolonging it, and especially when they saw, oh, it was one member being knocked down. So they kind of felt a false sense of confidence out there, and it didn't really take too long for the rest of those members to reset. So good on those members of Ozja. This has been so far the best performance for today with those 6 points. Now we want to see the rest of the party. Erangel Galacticos have been relatively silent throughout it all because they've been holding on to the high areas of the valley, so they can afford to slowly cut right through and once again playing optimally in the form of position, looking to slowly choke out some of the members of RNG, I do believe, over onto the opposite corner. While the rest of the field, so far, just holding firm onto the grounds of Hacienda the Patron. So, no big fights breaking loose just yet. TTQ, super solid over on the north.
TTQ has been phenomenal today when it comes to positioning. I think out of the last 3 maps, TTQ has successfully held on to a compound close to the circle or even a high ground terrain. I think for them in particular, you know, having this idea on how exactly you want to go through this game, from this time to this time, you don't go aggressive only until provoked. Our priority is to make sure that we are able to find the best positioning forward, and then all the way till like maybe stage 6 till the end. Finally, we start to get aggressive and pick up kills. That's been the MO for TTQ, and it's looking real good. And meanwhile, over onto BG, they've already gotten a pick off already to RNG. RNG, they have what, 2 chicken dinners yesterday, one of their best I think performances yet this tournament. But it feels like today they're just getting knocked out a little bit too soon this time around, and they're trying to stop that from happening. But this time around, they are surrounded from so many different angles, with BG keeping them out, and NX with the late rotation means that they are completely vulnerable and susceptible to be killed.
Yeah, great catch out there. Meanwhile, BG, they've waited long enough for these units to be coming into their township, and this is where they will have to drop a fly. Jipna. Nathan's going to be dropping it close, and he does get the perfect shot with a quick swerve and into a drop shot. Right now, the rest of Nexus Vanguards are also trying to breach right through, getting clipped by those grenades. Also, now the only member trying to at least wiggle some space over onto the lower ground while Super Loki is taking charge from the left-hand side. Nathan actually gets so much more of that space because the rest of BG gets a little too occupied, and that 1v1 was quite the something coming from our NG.
But BG somehow has still managed to hold on as a 3. In fact, they have 7 eliminations despite all of that noise, despite all of the teams that have crossed them right now. This compound gave them so much value in terms of terrain, in terms of cover as well, with King WTZ dropping to the ground fairly early as well. Lilyat Ka, nice crossfire set up with his teammates. Gonna set up smokes to kind of isolate these angles. This allow NX to be able to crossfire from his teammates, and just like that, they get knocked out again for the, I think, what, 4th time tonight. They get knocked out fairly early.
Yeah, it's just so tough. Only 2 points on an average. Once again, they have not been able to achieve the same level of success, and that kind of ordeal to try to push BG on their compound is just not the best scenario. I mean, there's definitely certain angles that they could just run past and try to slowly form a chokehold up against the rest of BG, but they were even more concerned of other teams like Team Max or even Asia on the outskirts to be shooting them from a distance. So I felt like maybe their hands are kind of forced in essence. Foxy, however, coming from NB, surviving all alone so far, no points gained whatsoever from the side of NB, as we expected to be playing very passively. Understandably so when you're going up against YG, and at the very least, he's getting a decent holdover zone, while the rest of TTQ needing to eventually make a little bit of shift because they're just by the very far corner of the map.
It's hunting season. BG is out here looking for that final point. And Nathan looking to put a dent in the defense from BG as well. He hasn't moved quite yet. Speed gets clipped. I believe it's from the middle side of that circle, but I cannot be sure whether it's them or even YG. At the very least here, as the sounds of the footsteps come closer, these isolated fights from Nathan could be deadly, but this double swing, triple swing even from BG coming in from multiple angles means that he's not able to even get a single knock, and BG are able to stay intact as a team.
Yeah, great call coming from the rest of BG, because one of their teammates got wiped out early on. They did not forget about Nathan, so they kind of turn their way to the 6 and will be able to sift out Nathan. Kind of unfortunate that he has to go up against 6 though for Nathan. So decent run. RNG at least walks away with those 5 points. Now BG gets to make an exit, and the biggest benefactor of the circle has been Max so far. So this could be the biggest threat to Team Max with the rest of BG. On hunting season, like you said, already looking to shoot over onto all the other players who are trying to trespass over the North Point.
A lot of fights happening here on the eastern side as well, as TTQ trying to hold on for dear life, as Ostja, they barely have any cover. Dudiko, the nade comes to him. Thankfully for him, the hay bales will keep him alive for the time being here. But TTQ is hoping to capitalize off this terrain, as Liquid takes a bit of damage from the long-range pickoffs coming in from Yago Galacticos, but they're not able to hold on or shoot back here. Gus already knocked down, and NB kind of joining in that fray as well toward Yago Galacticos. And Yago Galacticos says, you know what, here you go, come in and join this fight. We don't care. No one is joining us for these long-range fights, and we can just fully capitalize, just cross into our crosshairs.
True enough, and on top of that, right at this moment, Asia Esports, as much as they're playing by the fields, they are having a decent form of cover as compared to TTQ. Those angles absolutely wide out in the open, and that is making it super tough for Buddy to even cut it to a close, while Romeo shoots towards the direction of Buddy. Buddy's kind of stuck out here, and perhaps you will only be able to buy a little bit more time, hoping that somebody else falters at the moment, but Waji is not gonna allow him to even set foot outwards.
It's rough for TTQ. Barely any space to work with, and just pressure coming in from 2 different angles as well. Make it 3 if you can include Max from the mid side of that circle. This time around, Bunny is probably just praying with his life that none of these nades are actually going to hit him here. As Ostja, they have a nice control to the eastern side, a 3-way hold with 2 members already knocked down here. It's not the easiest for them to come back into the game. They did manage to bring back 1. So at the very least, I think they're just going to cut their losses, not bring back Dudiko. And for the last 2, maybe just wait for the sides of the circle and just try to capitalize off any fights they can.
True enough, and right now, Team Max, they just need to form up a solid defense up against those members of BG, trying to flush their position with those grenades. Godspeed quickly shifts away. Unknown also trying to press a little bit more of the pressure up against the members of Team Max, while Yangon Galacticos watching and waiting for the right moment to strike. Yaka actually gets 1 pin down. and quickly secured by Unknown at the very same time. Ferg out in the open. He's got to make a run for the hay bales. Not quite enough. And that is going to be the end for TTQ.
Ostia as well falls. Cannot hold wide open area. So many angles to cover. And Yango Galacticos, this high ground, they have been capitalizing it for quite some time now. Fully putting in pressure for any team that tries to be in their lines of sight. And they have been eyeing this compound where Max has been holding on to for the longest time, this entire game even. And now with the lack of presence of many of these teams, they're gonna try and choke here. Smile rushes forward, he gets sprayed! But that nade coming through means that he's not able to hold. But the collabs coming in from the other members of Yango Galacticos means that's an easy clinch for this chicken dinner. Yango Galacticos, perfect timing, perfect hold, perfect aggression, and most importantly, perfect positioning.
It's all about the positioning. Like you said, they were waiting very patiently until the right moment is for them to just burst at the speed of lightning and just secured another important one. I thought it was really between them as well as BG, but they found BG pretty much stuck over onto the lower grounds, and that was just easy takedowns overall as Yangon Galacticos will surge back to the top of the podium.
And this is great coming for Yango Galacticos. They couldn't find an answer to that stunning explosive play in the beginning of yesterday. They had a fairly disappointing run toward the second half of the day. They had a very consistent run in the beginning of today, and most importantly, they end the day, well, to most the end of the day with a high right now, and also disproving that BG are the kings of Miramar. In this situation here, they have a total of 8 plus 3, 11 eliminations, most of them just from the high areas, the compound of where they were holding for the entirety or the majority of this match as well. This team is, I would say, the pinnacle of what it looks like to have a nice balance between aggression as well as survivability.
True enough. I can't even say any better than that. I mean, so far, they are looking to be a little bit more firm in control as compared to yesterday's run. So let's take a look at it once more as we take you through the course of Miramar again.
Okay, here we
and
go.
And that was it. Sorry once again. It seems like we always butt over onto the match rankings, but that was phenomenal work coming from the side of YG with those third 21 points. And just like that, they will be able to create just a little bit more of an edge up against BG. But BG has got just about enough elimination points, so this could be a very close call, maybe a separation between 1 point from the top of the table.
This is huge. 21 points here is huge, but at the same time, BG, despite not being able to survive as long and getting that chicken dinner, they were still pretty much dominating the entirety of the southern side circle. They were very active in getting those eliminations, and I have to say, being able to control a lot of the momentum, the pacing as well of the fights on the southern side has given them so much value. The only reason why they died was because they were forced out there into the blue. They were just displaced. They were out there in the open. I have to say, if they had better positioning, they might go on an even higher rampage. They might even get at least another 6 more eliminations, if you ask me, based on their previous performances. Regardless of that, Young Galacticos, they may have been the team to have those chicken dinners, but they are not the team to be able to compete with BG when it comes to these eliminations. That's why I say, when it comes to BG, their sole, I would say, side quest in this entire, or rather main quest in this entire tournament is to be able to check off off as many eliminations as they can. Surviving placement points, be damned, because that's just a bonus for them.
True enough, at least over onto the course of this round itself, they did secure a decent enough placement points with just about more eliminations to still surpass YG with only 1 point of difference right now. Imagine just adding one chicken dinner for BG. That's just about as good enough for them to really find maybe a bigger edge in essence. But it's another consistent run for the side of Team Max. Another top 2 finish. For a moment, I thought that this could also be another chance for them with the chicken dinner, but they were kind of hunkered down inside of the compound for far too long that Yangon Galacticos, they have an edge on that push to really seal their fate.
MVP, we're gonna be looking at Smile at this point. You know, it's just been like a big you know, one game is gonna be a different player for Young Galacticos, the next is gonna be another player. This time around is gonna be Smile. I think individual wise, every single member of Young Galacticos needs to be acknowledged, and in this particular game, it's Smile that put in a little bit more, I would say, in terms of survivability, in terms of damage as well. Smile, as well as I believe Say Cloud, have been doing quite massively when it comes to those long range pickups and also crossing off each other as well. Now, a bit of a head to head here between these two teams, Yatka and Say Cloud. I think Yatka, in terms of aggression, you know that he is very aggressive. He likes to take these fights straight to the face. You know, those jump shots we saw, lethal just now, is this guy. But meanwhile, for Say Cloud, it's a whole different story. He prefers this mid to long range fights, and he provides a different layer when it comes to aggression as well. Again, both these teams, very similar ideas on how to approach the end, but different means.
True enough, and it's just Yatka coming with the bigger conversion rate despite Say Cloud having all the kind of damage output out there. So we'll see on our very final map of Miramar who's going to be able to sit at the top. Is it still going to be the BG members or will it be YG?
Final Miramar of the day coming right up just now, where BG, despite not getting the chicken dinner, still showing a lot of dominance, despite the fact that yeah, YG is chasing, but YG is gonna have to play catch up a little bit more.
Just a little bit more in the sense. It's only 1 point shy to tie the knots right at this moment. This final hurdle is going to be important to set the pacing for our last matches for tomorrow. That's going to be another 6 matches to go, but this is where it's all hands on deck for everyone out there, including Team Max, that has been so consistent today, surprisingly enough, despite not really achieving those big results in the form of eliminations, but they've been relatively up there on the fields to be able to back consistency in the form of top 2 finishes and a chicken dinner. So who will it be for our final run into Miramar in the PMCL?
Who will it be? That is a lot of the question mark here. I think Erangel Galacticos would love to end today on a high note, being able to end the day at number 1, just like how they started would be, I would say, the icing on top of their cakes. But for now, looking over for the flight path from Valdemar coming all the way up to Tierra Bronca, interesting enough, it's going to be skewed toward the southern side regardless. So, I mean, if anything, we didn't really see too many teams headed toward Trailer Park or El Pozo, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Overall, it should be decent in the form of the course that's being set right now, as the majority of all these teams have been able to find a safe dispersion coming into the early span of the matchup. Las Leones, wonder who exactly will be securing all the grand loots over on the corner. It seems like KHI will be moving very, very swiftly towards that direction, so they could definitely call in for the dips. Now looking for the rest of the field as well. Erangel Galacticos going off their usual course to be dropping on the far corner of Valdemar. So very interesting notion, as this is going to allow them to quickly pick up those form of vehicles to either book spots around El Pozo or so. And we're already getting ourselves a little bit of an action between GOA and GG.
Because of the many teams have decided to drop early here, this is the outcome. Goa and GG at this point, they've been butting heads throughout the entirety of today, meeting in toward, I would say, the mid-round usually. Never seen them go this early, but Goa is definitely a team that loves to capitalize on chaos. They want to start things really strong right now. But as for who was not anticipating the members of GG to be so far dispersed in a position where they could just get caught off guard here, and that jump shot coming out from GG was just so disgusting, catching Rex off guard. He was not expecting anyone to actually challenge him from the top side of the building. Goa, 1 by 1, their numbers are dwindling. In fact, I don't think Rex can be picked up here, as Kaya will quickly take him away as well. Final member here is going to be Clay. He manages to get 1 pickup but cannot convert the hold and the round. GG. They are celebrating a bit too early, huh?
Yeah, at least it's a win that they've been able to secure so early on, and that itself is quite the something. Clay kind of used his teammate as a bait, trying to convert those 2 potential knockouts out there, but man, at least, you know, GG have been able to really run right across very swiftly, securing all those right weaponry to really go for the challenge. While we take a look at the rest of those members of GOA, not exactly the most well-equipped. They had like SKSs in the midst of a close quarter fight, and even some of all these pump shotguns when they are kind of fighting long range at the very same time. It is just super unfortunate, and yeah, too early to be celebrating for the side of GG. They got to now heal up.
Interesting enough. I mean, we were just talking about how, you know, a lot of teams don't really drop to El Pozo, Trailer Park, Crater Fields. And this time around, Erangel Galacticos decides to take it into their own hands, decides to go straight to El Pozo early. And this should give them a lot of value in terms of their loot, in terms of positioning, and most importantly, in terms of kind of setting up their holds, their strongholds on how exactly they want to approach the next few circles as well. No other team is there, so that whole area is full in their control. They don't have to really worry about early stragglers either. Annex is close over onto Monto and Nuevo. So in any rate, this is one of the rare few times that we see Annex early into a zone. Could this change the way they've been approaching these games?
Oh, I think it definitely will, especially playing within that territory. You'll expect a lot of these teams who start off on the south side to also look into an entry point inside the city of Montenevo. So with that in mind, Nexus Vanguards can actually form something up, and it really depends on how they would really want to position. As you did actually mention, there are members of Yangon Galacticos from right across the town. So if they were to actually extend somewhere in between, where that is the direct center, then that is going to be a little bit of a jostle of control between these two squads. Which I'm looking at the mini map, I see a member of YG also extending out, so I guess he could actually gain some intel, and that person is Master Smile. This was one of the fondest players that did play back in the days for Genesis Esports, and when he moved into YG, all eyes were on YG on how far this team could actually take it through. And right now, 1 point shy up against BG. This could be a very good opening if they could kind of neutralize the parties of NX, who's currently looking to challenge them for that zone control.
But you also have to worry about BG as well. Only 1 point ahead of Yangon Galacticos. They want to try and extend that as well, and I think SG, they probably sense the killing intent from a mile away and said, yeah, we don't want none of that. Rotating southern side there, putting a lot of space between them as well to make sure that they're going to be able to survive a bit longer in this game. I think SG wasn't able to prolong their survivability, I think, in the last 2 maps as well. So they didn't really end up going as far as they wanted to on this ladder today. But regardless, for SG, this today has been quite phenomenal for them, especially at 77 points. I think they started the day quite low as well. So this is a good start for them. And they want to end it on a high note as well. So for them to be a little bit more cautious and less about over-aggressing early, like the usual style of play, is a nice, I would say, change in pace.
True enough. I think SG definitely have been doing just about all the things right in essence in order to consistently back in some decent amount of points. Yesterday, we saw a big run coming from the side of SG to be able to really put up a lot of all these top performances, especially in the rounds of Miramar. Now, great angle coming from Jipna. They managed to at least seek out a target onto the members of NX. And that's what I did mention. If they were to give space to other teams to get the access into Montenevo, then this is bound to happen. NX, they kind of leave that terrain just to try to soak in the center, and right now, not really having the best angle to even trade back against Jipna, while 214 is also making their way across the field. Where exactly will they end up? We'll have to find out, as they have a lot of space to play if they want to book directly a spot inside of El Pozo. It's kind of interesting this time around that every team seemed to want the direct center, and oh, looks like we got a little flip here coming from the side of Isaiah's, waiting for a little pickup or maybe a bump so that they can still save this vehicle.
Yeah, but coming back to your point, understandably so, I think teams over at the middle of the circle have been getting a lot of value. I think this is such a change in pace, a change in style of play as well. For at one point, we saw teams just camping that side, you know, gambling at the side of the circle. But now understanding that position is key, especially since, you know, a lot of teams are going in for more aggression in terms of, you know, less about aggression and trying to be able to survive all the way till the end, and picking off kills toward the end as well means that there's a little bit more emphasis on trying to be able to survive a lot longer compared to other teams that want to play aggressive. I think a lot of teams as well understanding that their firepower is probably not going to match up to the likes of teams like BG. So playing in the middle of the circles means that trying to rotate, trying to, you know, if the circle ping pongs, means that you're still going to be able to at least survive a little bit longer, get those extra points just by being able to stay alive all the way till the end of the game. It depends on what exactly teams want here, but many teams are not opting for the high risk, high reward style of play here. And GG this time around, you start off rough, and it seems that they're going into a bigger rough patch as KHI will meet them.
Yeah, they are retaliating up against the Meons, doing a little bit of damage, not quite enough. Biggs did manage to pin him down. So this time around, not too sure they're celebrating anymore. They're the next one to bow out on 15. So at least they walk away with those 4 points, coming in with that challenge up against GOA, and that's all she wrote, ladies and gents. KHI so far holding it firm, not even being dented at all.
What's the game plan here for the rest of the team? Since so many are coming in from southern side, Austria could go nuclear here. They could go huge. They could go up Crater Fields and potentially catch GX in the middle of going down the terrain into that circle. Granted, the timing is fast enough.
Yeah, right now, a lot of all these teams who are already circling around the zone is going to be looking to find a deeper stretch into the field. And to me, a big surprise is that a lot of these teams have been dodging El Pozo altogether. It started off with YG taking the centerfold city to quickly loot up, and then they took the hillside. Now, there is another spot on the hill that nobody is actually holding, is going to be Crater Fields, and RNG could actually locate themselves up there if they really want to find a little bit more of a great angle to work with at the vantage point. Nathan managing to find a catch, as we have seen so many kidnapping happen across the field already, while the rest of NX moves deeper right through the middle with a little bit of the 2-2 split going on. WTZ also creating a space of his own to try to see if there's going to be a little bit more of a leeway for them to actually fend off against YG later on.
PBMS again with the later rotation. Honestly, for me, I think PBMS has had one of the hardest times breaking into circles or being able to stay alive when they are rotating a bit too late. And the same could be said if the timing is a little bit too, I would say, peak time when everyone's rotating to the circle as well. Now that most teams have really positioned themselves toward El Pozo, especially toward that southern side here, my question toward PBMS is that because they don't have to feel the rush or that pressure, maybe they could just kind of dictate the pace that they want to go to in terms of dictating which way they want to rotate and how they want to approach these fights. And as you go toward this side of the map, that hilly side toward the southern side of El Pozo, where every single team seems to have inhabited the tiny little crevices, corners of this terrain as well. There's so many layers to this mountain, but with Yango Galacticos at the very top here, it's not going to be the easiest for them to get off of that mountain if the circle were to hard shift away.
Yeah, especially if it goes deeper into the city of El Pozo, then they kind of will lose a little bit of that ground control. KHI currently being denied by YG in that stance at the very least, so there is definitely a little bit more work to be done here. 2-1-4 Akira is hoping to see more presence inside of the city of El Pozo, but none to be found just yet. There's definitely a few teams that have been able to at least make a journey into some of all these urban settings, but the rest of NX, they're also not moving into the city just yet. BG looking to be securing themselves the outskirts over onto the hayfields instead. It's WKX that does actually get a little bit of a catch. I believe that was a knock over onto the member of BG. Yaka needing a little help, and that is their main hitman that needs to be revived. Wonder if that's going to be a little bit troublesome for the rest of BG to be going up against those members of Team Max. They're fighting for that zone over on the south side, while YG also tries to reposition to run deep into the open fields of the hayfields and looking to cut right across to book themselves a spot over onto the high ground terrains, but that is going to be challenged by Miner, who's also having the same plans intact.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Yango Galacticos was able to make a beeline into this area unscathed. We saw some shots coming toward them as well. Say Cloud is just trying to move around the area, and surprisingly, he's matrixed his way around here, but not for long. MM is providing that long-range cover fire that they really, really needed, and somehow still no reply yet from the rest of Yango Galacticos. It's a high-risk play, but they have a lot of trust for Say Cloud to be able to get out of that alive and rendezvous one more time with his teammates. Now, they weren't able to take that high ground terrain, fine, but they have a nice low ground hold where fairly the left side is completely covered for a majority of the team. They can just stay down there, maybe hope that no one rolls down a nade or two, and they only have to worry about teams coming in from the eastern side.
Yeah, true enough. And I believe it was kind of the situation where BJ has one member knocked down that kind of see them trying to save their own teammates, and they were let go out to pass it. And right now with Super Loki coming right through, it's a swift maneuver coming from the side of NX to deplete the entirety of RNG, where they're trying to breach right into the compounds. But this has been held long enough to stand up tall up against the rest of RNG. So that's the hefty 4-pointer. Finally, Nexus Vanguards get something done.
This is looking so good for them. This such a dismal start to their day, not able to find that, I would say, momentum or that heat they needed to really propel themselves forward. We saw one moment of brilliance from Joji, but it was so short-lived. And this time around, they want to change that story. The nades come through, thrown into the compounds, but none of them are actually clipping so far, except for King WTZ. And if anything, it's not enough to really displace them. Blanks, though, is the one to eat almost at full force of that nade. It renders him so low. I can only imagine how much damage is done to his shields and his helmet as well. So he's forced to move back. But while that's all happening, Max has decided to put their hands into the cookie jar and join in.
Yeah, great angles to work with for the side of Team Max. This is going to be a tough three-way battle, especially for KHI, who is currently standing on the outskirts, now being zoned away by the Molotov. Great toss over onto the far end, but not really completing onto Claire. Claire's getting pushed, and that is just beautiful work for Joji to be dancing in the sunlight. Not in the dark this time around, as he's going to be pushing towards Demios. The one member still standing in the way for KHI, only having 3 points right now, and they cannot afford to really tunnel vision because there is still those members of Team Max. Now, new update to the zone, and it's going to bring more and more of these players over onto the far stretch on the outskirts of El Pozo.
The rest of KHI somehow managed to stay pretty intact. Gonna pass by a U, and you know when you pass by you, cue the Jaws song at this point. He just crashed straight into them, nearly takes out Menard Boy, and the whole of Max get completely punished. The Jaws song was loud, and Erangel Galacticos was singing in tune and turned the tides in their favor. But the high ground is fully in KHI's control, taking advantage of the chaos happening on the bottom side of this terrain.
That was beautifully sifted out by Erangel Galacticos. Every member just focused onto that incoming vehicle. You was a little bit too overzealous in that push, where I think that they felt in such a sense that they got nowhere else to go because they're already soaking in so much damage. Might as well take that fight, but you evidently could tell Team Max wasn't at any point ready for any form of exchange. So that being said, this is one of the few instances that they only walk away with at 1 point throughout today. So impressive enough. Team Max still sitting at that 4th position, but with a online side of Nexus Vanguards, I think they're definitely cooking something up in order to seize their top 4 finish yet again. So looking at the rest of the situation, 214 Kira is still within the city, looking to find a way to exit. And I believe everyone in the city have heard those big explosions up against Team Max. They're gonna be treading very, very lightly. SG also around the corner, while the rest of Nexus Vanguard will have a very tough time to really try to close into the middle because there's that flat ground. You don't want to go up against Erangel Galacticos.
Flat ground, no one inhabiting, only the spine of the terrain plus compounds will be inhabited. At the very least, your northern side for Ozjao, they have a lot of zone control. They have a terrain, they have a compound, and they have Furng X all the way on the northern side, right by the blue, hoping to see if anyone were to rotate in a little bit too late. But for BG, man, this high ground suits their style of play. They're still showing their hands, still showing their aggression, and somehow still managing to clip in some damage into anyone crossing in front of them. Whether it be PBMS, whether it be SG, no one is safe.
Yeah, they are actually holding the best angle possible right now in this map. We're getting a firm grip over onto the vantage point, and on top of that, any team that tries to move anywhere clear towards the direction is going to be shot, and no matter how the circle shifts onto the next stage, BG will still be having that advantage in that sense. And with the rest of Sin Esports approaching from the far end of the south, that might just be a little bit of a threat. And as I do suspect, the shift is now completed, and BG still has 2 members on board on that high ground, but they will have to further challenge the rest of PBMS. Now, big question for the rest of the field. NX, the furthest away, looking to draw an exchange. TTQ does actually find one, as some teams are looking for an exit out of the city.
Ew.
No reprieve for GX.
Nice angle played as well. Open up the door, get a kill, close it down. Say very, very safe. And now here comes the complicated part for many of these teams. 214, NX, GX, NB, and even not too sure which team that is. TTQ, excuse me. They are inside of, I would say, a town. A lot of compounds to clear, a lot of angles as well. Rotating is not going to be the easiest thing in the world. NX could potentially go toward the open area southern side and try for a safer approach. But why do that? We can go in for a full fight. At least that's what 214 says here. Forced to take this area away from GX here. Isis is gonna try at least steal away a kill here. Michi was ready for him, and so was Isis. Rushes up forward, and Michi, you know he's the high impact maker for the team. He doesn't have to rely on his teammates to be able to win this one out. And 214 says that second fight by fight here, we took GX out, and now let's slowly take away a compound in front of us, which is going to be 214 on the other end.
Yeah, valiant attempt to try to at least close in with the fight. 2-1 for Akira, making the perfect call to take this location, as this is going to be the center point of the attention, catching out another member of NB, just stashing kills after kills, and right now, 214 with those 4 points, securing themselves a little bit more of those stashes, while they will be able to still wiggle their way around. So the biggest challenge for them is actually up against TTQ on the opposite side of the street, but TTQ is further occupied with all the other presence of the teams over on the top side of the hill, and I believe that to be the pressure coming in from Austria Esports.
Austria Esports are just having the chillest game of their lives here. They don't have to contest. They can just move back and forth, go for this long-range pickups. That's exactly what Fernaxis did. He's so far back on the northern side of the circle. That's very, very in here. The thing that we said about Weed, we're just waiting for Sin push toward their area of hold. You know what? You breach our compound, you breach our area, fine. But you're gonna suffer because Dale falls. Cool needs to be picked up. The rest of teammates cannot hold. They're gonna drop like flies. There is some form of resistance for the time being here for BG, but they're staying as cool as a cucumber. They're not panicking. They're understanding that they can slowly pick up Master Ichi, but now the panic button gets hit because PBMS also joins in.
Yeah, perfect timing for a third party. Scotty now closes in. They're all on the ground, and there's just not going to be any chance that BG gets out from that gutter. 1-8 to rule them all, and I thought that there was going to be more confusion. It is none to be found, as that is the saving grace for Sin Esports to still survive in the game. TTQ gets rushed upon by 214 as they take over their compound.
It's hard. You have no choice but to take these fights, and somehow NX has been able to keep their distance away. And PBMS from the top side of this terrain, finally, they're going to find a lot of value from this here. WXKX somehow tap dances himself away until finally being chunked down by that nade. Beautifully done. And PBMS, this is one of their best runs so far today. 6 eliminations, the longest they've stayed alive as well. This could be a big change to trajectory. We talked about it in the beginning of the game and what it means for them to be a little bit better when it comes to rotation, a bit more proactive. This is the outcome.
Yeah, just love that late approach, and they definitely have found that perfect angle, the perfect opportunity. Now they don't really have to worry too much about the rest of the pack now that they've kind of folded apart those members of Sin Esports as well as BG. But there are still members of YG to worry about. From that small little dip that they were working on, Master Smile have been able to climb all the way up, getting the knock onto Ryman, and right at this moment, they could just so fully try to zone away the members of PBMS, but he's all alone over here, so he definitely needs a little bit more backing. The rest of these members are still on that same low ground terrain that they've been holding for such a long time.
Nice shot coming in from Austria. They have a lot of control throughout the entirety of the circle just because they have so much space between them and that terrain as well. It's honestly, you know, the only terrain that's been unclaimed is fairly wide out there in the open. And as for the southern side here, you would have expected Young Galacticos as well as PBMS to fully take control. They have a high ground. No, the circle is not really favoring them as well. As the blue zone shifts, another problem is going to be in PBMS's, book of problems, rather. It's going to be getting off that terrain, and Yago Galacticos is making sure that these problems are going to be something that is annoying to deal with.
True enough, they could just fall back to where they came from because they came from the far east. That site has been cleared up for most part, but Master Smile so far has been torn in their flesh. still really holding them down, and the rest of PBMS still looking for a challenge, but the nades are falling dangerously close. Master Smile, I believe he's slowly running out of those utils at the very same time, so this double push has to pay off for the side of PBMS, or else they're just going to walk away with bare minimum. So far, 6 points already for PBMS. Miner finding a little something in return on an exchange with the rest of NX over on the lower ground. So that is just a little bit of a commotion. Michi has been able to make his way to the zone. Not so much for the rest of NX, only left with one remaining as he tries to make a run. Joji falters, and that is going to be Nexus down for the count.
What the heck? That is very, you could really tell that was a very, very desperate play. You're out there in the buggy, you're just moving straight into the crosshair of someone's shotgun as well. You're just basically giving it to Yango Galacticos for free because of that zone just pressuring them. And in this situation now, Yango Galacticos look really good. Yeah, one knock, no problem bringing them back into the game. But it's Austria that is the true winner in my opinion here. Look at the amount of control they have on that northern side. They have a nice 2-2 formation, 2 on the high grounds, the other 2 on the other end, which means that they have a nice pizza formation and crossfire they're able to do as well. And on top of that, you have SG that's trying to contest. Is not going to be the easiest because you have 2 players playing close range and the other 2 providing long range support.
Yeah, and that's just perfect execution in that sense. SG now just trying to get themselves a little bit of that cover with the presence of the rest of Asia. Also looking to climb up, but they gotta be careful. I mean, Master Smile, you saw what he did to their opponents of PBMS. He can't strip them apart now with Murdat also drawing it to close. He's gonna be within that grenade range, putting the pressure onto the member of SG. They got funneled into a tight choke point, and there's barely enough space. Gonna try to retaliate up against Say Cloud. Those double tosses only chip a little bit of health bar coming from Say Cloud as they soak in all pressure. MMO was knocking down, and it is Miner to be falling hit first on the ground with MM.
It's just a desperation play right now for SG. You have pressure coming in from Yango Galacticos from the lower side, from the high side, and on the other end of the terrain is Austria just spraying and putting in that pressure. There's no way for you to move. The only thing you can do is just hold on for dear life over in this little crater, and more nades are coming. Lucy barely alive right now, the last person left here. They cannot retaliate at all. And meanwhile, Yango Galacticos forced to move back because the other members of Austria have decided to rush a bit more closer. Manat boy somehow managing to dodge, but not for long. Knockdown here is out there in the open. They cannot find him in the end. Manat boy, how are you able to survive this? Lucy retaliates. They had quite a number of throwables as well. And Austria, because they're collapsing here, I'm not sure if they're aware that Lucy is still very much in the game. Nope, not for long here. As Master Spell dies, Austria steals away that final elimination that away for Yango Galacticos. And this is where Yango Galacticos is faltering because now the pressure is on. Austria are just holding on to them, and Yango Galacticos cannot hold. 12 eliminations. The long range hits are so good. Austria showing us a different side of what dominance looked like in the final map of Miramar. This is their chicken dinner.
The old kings are back. Austria Esports with the perfect timing of maneuver. You talked about them having all that space up north to play out, and they played it out to perfection. All they really had to do, wait for these teams to commit, and you saw both SG as well as Yango Galacticos, they were pretty much tunneling up against each other, and once all that commotion subsides, the rest of the members of Austria just draws it to a close. Michi somehow did manage to survive till the tail end as a solo ranger over onto the field, and that has allowed him to secure top 2. But Austria, this was phenomenal work coming in from the Cambodian favorites, and right now they're back on track.
Well, Dudiko, honestly, and Furng X as well as the heavy hitters for this game. Furng X had phenomenal long-range kills as well, playing all the way on the northern side, providing an added layer to the aggression coming in from the likes of, say, Top as well as Dudiko being that first contact play. You have Dudiko or Top knockdown. Fine. Nang X and Furng on the back side there to be able to go for a long-range trade. And then finally, the other 2 will come forward, rendezvous with his teammates for that pickup as well. But let's have a look at how exactly Austria went through that map in the final Miramar.
Here we go with Asia Esports taking the reign this time around. They've secured a massive 19-pointer with Erangel Galacticos having an explosive performance, but there was a little bit of a struggle as Master Small kind of ran out of space. He kind of had to make a huge jump, and he did not manage to fully participate in that fight up against Asia, and at the very least, they've been able to convert the majority of those points, while the rest of the field have been able to at least squeeze 2 to 3 points on a fair average, but it has been a little rough ride for the rest of BG.
Yeah, honestly, Austria just now was really good in terms of eliminations as well. Most of their kills were long range, if you think about it. A lot of zone control on northern side as well. Young Galacticos showing us a different side when it comes to aggression. They have managed to slowly catch up in terms of elims here. Only 8-point differential when it comes to that. But they have finally overcome BG. We talked a lot about how BG would be able to really, rise to the top just by eliminations. But this time around, Young Galacticos made sure to not only catch up in terms of eliminations, but also really boost themselves forward by, I think, about 10, 14 points just by being able to get those extra 10 by getting, that second place, third place finish as well. So this team is going to be ending the night on a high. We talked about the lows in the beginning, going up on a high. My question is whether or not tomorrow will be the same here. As a top 4, we're seeing the same suspects, at least from Young Galacticos. The rise back from Austria, we haven't seen their name up here in a while. Well, 2 and 4 on PBMS here, quite new if you ask me when it comes to making it top 4. 2 and 4 has had moments. PBMS this time around, a different tune being sang on how their rotations are going, how the timings are working out in their favor, and this is doing good. It really would prep them for day 3, I feel.
Yeah, it definitely sets the tone right. It's just like how they started off the tournament, right? Where they had a little bit of that bonus point. Now there is a decent gap, but it's not too comfortable yet. Ferg X was definitely a major force out there on the fields for Asia Esports to be able to thrive, especially on those late moments where they just got those massive nades. You saw them lob up against Murnat Boy, and just like that, those kind of pressure that was piled onto Erangel Galacticos was just about enough for Asia to really take over. While Tash, those 6 matches, absolutely phenomenal, and tomorrow I think it is going to be a very, very big ride for all the teams out there to really go out with a big bang.
Oh yeah, I think it's exciting because tomorrow we're going to be seeing a big change in pace, most importantly, a big change in strats from many of these teams. I'm really hoping for hot drops at the very least. I think we saw one instance of that today, and I think GG didn't really take that very kindly as well, being able to overcome that team. So if anything, I expect more of that as well. It should be able, I think if anything, these hot drops are a tilter. If you lose, it's hard to come back from mentally, and I think that mental warfare just adds an extra layer of fun to the game.
That's true, and of course, speaking of layers, why do you need to layer photos when you can have the Camon 40 Premier 5G in your hands with a one-tap perfect snap? You can capture all the pixel-perfect moments out there. And of course, all the players are using Techno phones on this tournament, and we guarantee you that it has good enough long-lasting battery for you to just outplay your opponent. So make sure you get your hands on the Techno if you're considering a brand new smartphone. So that being said, of course, there's even more to go, because when we take a look into PUBG Mobile's realm, there's just so many amazing collaborations as well. And right now, of course, there's so much going on with all these big collabs, such as the ones with Shelby with the GT500, as well as all their classics. You can also change the different kind of skin tones if you want, and it's just absolutely stylish.
Yeah, for all DGT 500 and 427 Cobra, be sure to check it out in game. And on top of that as well, Sasageyo, guys, because PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan collaboration is still going on. And I think you can join the fight now, especially you can try out the Titan transformations, ODM gear, and so much more. So make sure to check it out live in the game. It's only here for a limited time. And for now, guys, we're gonna beat you guys at you, because tomorrow is the final day for the grand finals. Let us know in the comments who you guys think will be the victor and what your predictions are. Good night, guys.
it so good, baby. This good life, yeah, it's all mine. Ain't nobody gonna take today. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Do your thing. Do your thing, yeah. Whoa, yeah. Do your thing.